Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, good morning. Bonjour à tous. Nous allons commencer la conférence dans...
We shall start the conference in 30 seconds. Please have a seat.
Dernier virage, c'est parti.
Welcome everyone. We are very happy to have you here today in the French Pavilion for this event dedicated to the accelerating city climate action through innovative solutions. I will talk about several concepts today. Of course, the PPP concept, the financement concept, because the transition at the local level in cities faces a challenge of the access to finances. So today we are lucky to have with us prestigious guests organized by the Glover Conference of Mayors, the MEDEF, and France Urbaine. We are very happy that you are here with us. It's going to be a very rich morning with lots of examples, lots of solutions about the implementation of the ecological transition. And with no further ado, I have the pleasure to host here at Mr. Gregor Robertson, the Glover Ambassador, and he's also the Mayor of Vancouver. Thank you. I am happy that here with you. I'm going to speak in...
And being from Canada, we have two languages. Most of the time I speak in English because I'm from the West Coast at Vancouver, where I served as the mayor for 3 terms, but I will do my best avec mon français.
So welcome to everyone. It's urgent to accelerate financial flows for the climate action at the local level. Whilst the cities are the avant-garde of these actions, we're reducing gas emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, and the other phenomena connected with the climate changes. You can see this phenomena in many cities. The quick urbanization, badly planned, entails climatic risks. The local governments, especially in the southern countries where the income is low, have great problems with the implementation of climatic strategies at their first stage of development. The financial flows are too small compared to the needs. It's about that concern the mitigation and also the adaptation. These finances have doubled in the last 10 years, making all like $4,800 million between 2011 and 2020, which means $80 billion yearly. The climatic financement has increased the growth and led to 7% to yearly growth, but it's not enough to finance the needs for the climatic fight, let's say. Actually, we need like $3 trillion yearly up to 2030. Today's situation concerns the challenges about increasing the financial flows for climate at the local level. The dialogue will make a link. The dialogue with cities will be about the expectancies and the challenges. I would like to welcome the mayor from Dakar in Senegal. I think that the mayor But yes, even if he's not with us, he's not feeling very well this morning. But I welcome the mayor of Chefchaouen from Morocco, Socie, my friend, two cities who benefit from the support of the GAP Fund, City Finance GAP Fund. The initiative was there to increase the financing for projects at early stages, which help the cities to adapt to the climate and to mitigate and also to fill in the gaps in terms of capacities at the municipal level. The City Finance GAP Fund, also called just the GAP Fund, is crucial for the transformation of the financement of a climate financial system at the low level. It has for game to give to cities in the countries, developing countries, enough money so they can become resilient and create projects and strategies. The COP22 has proved his assistance at the provided help to 95 cities in 36 countries to transform the situation into projects ready for financing. Many cities in lots of countries, as I said, the GAP Fund has obtained up till now €55 million and 100 million for the technical assistance at the first stage, with lever effect from 4 to 8 million to finance new projects. The new project with GCoM will raise the awareness in cities and show the possibilities given in all the targeted region. It will facilitate also the work and the money that will be received regionally, and will finance the plans of development, regional plans of development that will be submitted to the GAP Fund then. The sub-Saharan Africa is a part of these actions. We are at the critical stage, creating a sustainable partnership between local governments and national governments and the international organizations and the civil society and the private sector. This will facilitate the transition of cities to a low carbon state.
My French, which isn't always perfect, and my hope that we will have great interventions from the speakers here today, from all of the levels and partners involved. We've had fantastic support from the European Investment Bank and the World Bank to administer the City Climate Finance GAP Fund, and the partners on the ground in the cities finding the best solutions in partnership with our cities. So merci à tous. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Maire. Merci, Monsieur Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Robertson. You've said it all when it comes to what's at stake in terms of financing solutions for cities. Now, a first roundtable about the acceleration of climate action, for which roundtable I have the great pleasure to welcome Mr. Éric Piolle, Grenoble's mayor, and Urban France vice chair. Thank you for taking a seat. Guy Sidos, Vica Group CEO and chairman of the environmental climate transition of the MEDEF. The prospective director for the VINCI group, and Mr. El-Sheikh, who is going to join us in a couple of minutes. He's the vice mayor of the city of Dakar. Mr. Piolle, you're Grenoble's mayor, a deeply committed city when it comes to climate transition. Could you explain us in what your city might be an example, and why has it become a European capital of the green cities in 2022? Hello everyone, many thanks for this invitation. Indeed, I came here because Grenoble has been chosen by the European Commission to become Europe's green cities capital. It's based on 12 topics with mitigation, adaptation, pollution, air pollution, water pollution, management, waste management, governance, circular economy as well. 12 topics for which we've been assessed. It's about what we've done, and it's about what we aim at doing. I'm also Urban France's chairman. That's an association of mayors for big and middle-sized cities. We work together, share experiences in our commissions, and serve as a dialogue platform, as a kind of a middleman between cities and the central government. Our ambition in Grenoble is to remain to keep that degree of being pioneers. That's something we are very much into. It started before the revolution, in fact, in 1788, until the first workers' association at the beginning of the 19th century in Grenoble. It's always a link, a bridge between the industry, the workers, the cities, and the associations. That's how these workers' associations appeared. People were afraid of machines destroying jobs and about the way money, they wanted the money not to disappear but to serve the public interest. Now it's more about energy saving, and in 1882 we had innovative solutions when it comes to water management in Grenoble as well, and we remain pioneers when it comes to water management in France. So pioneers from Grenoble. Starting from this starting point, you have to reduce greenhouse gases emissions. It's an ethical, philosophical, and but a challenge, but also a matter of life or death. But that's about translating it into everyday life. People have to hear a call for action. People have to act not only for the sake of the planet, because climate change and etc. Either you know or you don't know about it. You're always a victim of climate change. But what's at stake is how to translate it so that it makes sense for people on an everyday basis, which is why we've been working on three main sources of greenhouse gas emissions. There are also the three first positions when it comes to spendings for households. It's housing, food and transport. That's for the three first topics. How to make people's life better and fight against climate change at the same time, because savings in terms of transport, food and housing are good for their wallets, and it's good for the planet as well. So it's very everyday life, where there are no ads, for example, in the center city from 2014. Many bike pathways for the bikes, many pedestrian zones as well in the city center. And when it comes to food, we've served more than 50% of our meals in the schools are veggies. Now, when it comes to energy, we have a local network, a heat network with huge investment plans that have been launched. During the 3 upcoming months, we're going to produce a household consumption year equivalent with green energy, neither fossil fuels nor nuclear power, 100% green, which makes sense, especially since the war in Ukraine started by Russia, because what you do is you reduce your dependency, you empower yourself, you decarbonize your economy, and you become more autonomous. The the gas bills in Grenoble has been peaking. The people are paying far less now than they would be a couple of years ago for their gas bills. City heat, it's all either upcycling or renewable energy. And a last point, perhaps the public stakeholders can put their weight into it. They are big, of course, and they have huge possibilities, but you're always limited to a certain frame. What we are into is to keep working on a territory project, and that is what Green Capital is about. We've we've engaged 30 scientists, five of whom belong to the IPCC, but also the private sector world, more than 400 companies, and sportsmen. The sport environment was quite disconnected from the matter, and now that's changing. And we're not telling who's supposed to be what. We're not here to drop some orders. We're just depicting the situation after what each and everyone makes his or her way to what he or she feels he's able to do to fight with us against climate change in proportion to their possibilities, their means, and what makes them inspired. We never talk about emergency, but we don't think that's mobilizing people. We don't think that's a call for action. We know there is an emergency, but I don't think it's a word to use. We often talk about sense. We want it to make sense for people, for companies, for sportsmen, for teachers, for the public society, for the public stakeholders, for civil society. We don't want people to feel as they're tightened, as their hands are tightened. And that's what led us to this green capital status, which is a bit of an acknowledgement from the EU.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe a one-minute question about the finance, and Mr. Robertson has mentioned impressive figures for the finance window transition. How do you imagine for Grenoble, and what are your sources of income, partnerships or others? Well, three parts. First of all, there is a general frame, which shows our lack of consistency. We are masking today behind financial problems the real problems of the transition, energy transition. The truth is that we're going to have to manage raw materials problems and training problems about people who would be available to do this transition. Today, for example, for the construction, we are saying we lack money. The truth is that finance is just always a matter of negotiations, but you cannot negotiate with raw matters. You have to manage them as they come. But the questions related to availability and trainings for women and men, and these real problems that I'm asking behind the finances problem. For me, it's craziness. We should change it in order to start to work on real problems, which are human problems or raw material problems or technological problems. These are the real problems on which we need to work. To give you a general idea how crazy it seems, when I became an adult, I voted for the first time in '92. The public debt of France was 400 billion euro. That was 35% of the GDP. 30 years later, it's 2,500 billion, and 120% of the GDP. We've burned 2,100 billion euro, much more than we need for transition. To do what? We may ask ourselves: Did we improve anything, like the education system? I don't think so. Have we improved our health system? No, it's collapsing. So we've spent 2,100 billion just to keep the system as it was. Behind all this, at the local level, for me, who's worked for 18 years in the industry, I discovered coming to the public sector something that I'm trying to change, but it's almost impossible, but I'm still trying. In public action, this is so much different from private sector. You can't go to look for finances on the basis of return on investment. When I was working in the project sector, we had the project, we had some capital that was making another money, and we're like mounting business model on this basis. In the public sector, you can't. The future is that just as it had no actual net value, so you have to limit your investment on your present capacities of reimbursement, and this is what retains your investments. It's extremely frustrating because we made the choice to push forward the investments, but we move forward, but at the speed of a snail. So it's like we'll need 48 years to renovate our schools because of this system. This is much below our capacities and below the challenges. How to increase the resources? We are debating on that. By March, we have a new budget, and we'll tell ourselves how we're going to increase the contribution of the richest to allow to safeguard the changement for the poor populations. So this is a philosophy debate. You know, the 10% of the richest French, that's above 3,300 euros per capita, and that's 80 tons of emissions per capita. 4 tons for those who are much poorer. 18 compared to 4. Whilst the objective is 2. So this is how we're going to work. So we ask for a contribution for the rich. That will be by 1/4 and 40% of tax reductions given for them by the president this year. All that to safeguard these changes and transition. So we have to share resources to equalize the inequalities. That's what the UPCC said. So it's going to be an extremely interesting debate that we're going to have in the next months. There is also a second effect. That means money for the public actions, and it will lower the GH emissions. GG emissions. I'm not using the word rich. I'm saying the easy people. When you have 3,300 euro every month, you don't think you're rich, but that means nowadays that you are one of the richest because you have a decent everyday life, easy life, and you don't have to worry about yourself and to ensure the studies of your children. Thank you, Mayor. I will pass the voice to Guy, who is the CEO of VINCI. Well, you were in the concrete industry before. I want you to tell us, how do you see the challenges for your company, for the changes for the cities?
Merci Jean-Baptiste.
Well, thank you first thing. Thank you, Jean-Baptiste. Thank you to all these who came over. You, Eric, Grenoble's mayor, That's your second mandate, if I'm correct, which shows how people in Grenoble value your action. Dakar's Vice Mayor from Senegal is about to join us. I'm here with a delegation of the MEDEF International and its Sustainable City Task Force. MEDEF International is the MEDEF's right hand. That's the organization that gathers more than 70,000 companies in France, big companies, middle or SMEs. Sustainable Cities Task Force gathers about 400 companies that try to bring their brick, to put their brick, to do their share when it comes to fighting against climate change in the cities, thanks to transport, innovative forms of transport and others. I'll tell a couple of words about the MEDEF during the conclusion, but I would like now to take the floor wearing my VICA Group CEO cap. We produce cement and aggregate. I would like to give you an example of what low carbon capitalism can mean, to quote the MEDEF's chairman words. What I deeply believe is in our common action aiming at fighting against climate change, there have been several phases. A scientific phase during which we merely describe the phenomenon, a second phase during which NGOs underline, emphasize, spread the good word, then a political phase, and now it's the fourth phase. It's time for action, which is why the main motto of this COP is implementation. Well, when it comes to action, companies are on the front line and are the best place to do it. Today's discussion is more or less a discussion between neighbors. My company was born in Grenoble 2 centuries ago. We have a cement factory, a cement production factory near Dakar in Senegal. So a second neighbor is about to join us. We also have a cement production factory in the Sinai here in Egypt. Third neighbor. So that's a neighbors gathering, so during which we exchange, we talk, we build a common life, and that's one of the pros of the COP. That's what's so precious about COPs. Our common goal, talking about the cities, it's about facing world population growth. We're supposed to reach 9 billion or even 10 billion in 2070 perhaps. More and more people living in the cities, which requires new materials. The erosion of the seashores, in particularly in Senegal, for instance. Urban mobility, that's a topic you value very much, dear Eric. Waterproof soils in the cities, biodiversity in the cities, and city rubbish management, waste management. This all has got to be managed with a low carbon materials approach. Now, this is a bit of a maze in which we are trying not to get lost. Urban planning can help us here. The new board, when it comes to cement, it's a carbon negative cement, which means the carbon footprint is not net zero, it's below zero. It's the same quality in terms of performance. It equals traditional cement, so it's minus 15 kilograms CO2 per cement ton. It's brand new. It's called the Cara. It completes a low carbon cement scale. We already had a kind of cement that was 40% less negative in terms of greenhouse gases emissions than the traditional cement. This one is below 0. We also have materials that avoid that are positive when it comes to soil's waterproofness, which allows water to make it to the groundwaters. That's for Grenoble's inhabitants. What I would like for them, there are always works to be done, and Grenoble is a good example, but there are new works, there are works that don't disrupt the city traffic thanks to materials, new generation materials. We've produced some of them. We are now able to repair a road in 2 hours. Between the moment when you start working to the moment where the city is free and you can drive, just 2 hours. Let's dream together. Imagine work starting around midnight and ending at 2 a.m. and here you go, it's done. We also have come up with less noisy materials, kinds of concrete, self-laving, self-compacting, in order to get less vibrations around the works, which is good for the sake of the inhabitants. We also have silent lorries running on biogas. It all does exist, more and more so, broadening the picture when it comes to the way we manage a part of the city waste. We are fossilizing, so to speak, because we used to run, and we do run now, on coke and carbon. We are now going through energy fraction. It's about coming up with a circular economy, and it's profitable, by the way. It's self-financing, and it's great from every point of view. So you get to levels of substitution that amount to 100%. 10 years ago, that was considered impossible by our engineers, because it was. But they kept on working, and now it is possible. So the cooperation bit between local policymakers or national policymakers and us companies, the low carbon logistics. One example from Los Angeles. In the framework of a program called CARB, Los Angeles County has financed 50% of our new lorries fleet. We now have 120 lorries or trucks in Los Angeles running on biogas, and we are happy about it, because it's we pollute, nothing can pollute less than that. There is this kind of lorries, which doesn't mean it's zero for now, but you don't get anything better in terms of pollution or in terms of non-pollution. We also have high performance concrete, which allow us to use less concrete, less of it during building. We also print 3D print using concrete, which is great. And last but not least, we work around city biodiversity, wild bees, which are essential to wildlife and to life in general, love minerals and love concrete. So the conclusion is here: we love bees, bees love concrete, so concrete loves us. Okay, so there are solutions. Those solutions will last as long as we get some orders. Companies need orders. We need volumes. We need some turnover. The impact of public orders is huge. Either local orders or national calls for bids. Public call for bids around to a huge part of our sales. Public orders are a very good leverage for us. So, having said that, the implementation of all these solutions, I am deeply convinced, requires a partnership between the local authorities and the national authorities and the companies.
Thank you very much for these details. We see all the innovations possible in the companies. When we think innovation and we think pioneers, we think Leonard, of course. Isabelle, you are responsible for the prospects in the VINCI and Leonard's group. Yes, great to be with you. As a member of a MEDEF delegation here, a few words first on VINCI and Leonard. Before presenting you a few examples on how we act for the transition in the group. VINCI is a French group existing all over the world. So now an international group specialized around 3 activities, being energy, building, and the concession. In other words, how to operate infrastructures like stadiums, like motorways and airports. So we are a major actor in the greenhouse gases emission. So we've defined objectives regarding that to become net zero by 2050. We are very engaged in this transition. Leonard also acts in this area. We are the prospective platform of the VINCI group, and we want to contribute to the future of cities and territories, a future concerning the evolution of territories and all the tendencies that we can see in terms of climate, but also digital, demography, and so on. So we have 2 actions, exploration and piloting innovative programs. Piloting these innovative programs, we help startups that will play a role in our activities, but are also engaged environmentally. So it's about projects that have a positive impact in this area. Startups that are very ambitious, and we need to be assisting in this development, but also startups that have obtained financing already will open our networks soon to develop this activity. We have also an entrepreneurship program, and since the creation of it for 3-4 years now, we can see that now the major part of the projects we assist, it's like 10-15 projects per year, are turned in 75% into climate actions. We also developed an AI program that contributes to the development of these competencies internally, but also to the optimization of our process, but also finding solutions that will help our transformation. And now the second chapter, the exploration, conferences, and so on, to create debate around these future cities and territory. We don't want to be consensual. We want to facilitate the discussions so they move through discussion to the future of the city. And the prospect party, I am the responsible of. It's about exploring and digging in the future tendencies that will transform the group. And behind it, to assist the group in the definition of a strategic vision and to develop an action plan. So autonomous mobility and other things, and also environmental and resilience issues. How do we act to assess our group? We have a first block consisting into building scenarios, prospective scenarios, and to have different representations of the future, because today we are somewhere like in the stars. We need to real representation of the future ahead of us in order to facilitate the transition of the group in the context of environmental questions. So we've built scenarios together with Shell, another great group, to imagine Paris, net zero Paris. So we've worked with the city of Paris to find innovative solutions to reach the objectives of this scenario. We've worked also with Cabinet 4, very known in France. We built scenarios with them about VINCI to 2050 and its engagement in the environmental transition. Today we work with every actor of every entity, every unit of the VINCI group to assist them in their activities. We also work in a more concrete way for the elaboration of a new offer, like circular economy. We're talking here about urban recycling. We are convinced that we're going to be able to answer to these challenges. VINCI is 3,600 companies, sometimes competitive. So we want to put them in harmony so they can work together on the environmental challenges. But also we want to work with smaller companies and local governments who are going to help us in the developing of these offers. Finally, we do studies where we're trying to get the support of universities on subjects like competences necessary for territories in order to ensure its energetic transition and to reduce territorial inequalities. We want to develop the competence of tomorrow, and we want to develop the chain that will define the future of the territories. Thank you very much for this landscape. You've mentioned a work with the city of Paris. We have a representative of the city of Paris. Would you like to come on stage? We still have a free seat. Let's welcome everyone from Paris. I wanted to testify in these few minutes about what Paris is doing, the framework of the climatic and energetic transition. Since 2004, Paris has reduced by 1/4 its greenhouse gas emissions, and we want to reduce them by 50% by 2050. So we have another quarter to do before 2030. This quarter will make Paris move quicker. So this question about the speed, the mitigation and adaptation, we've talked about it. It's absolutely necessary. We know it all in this room. So this is in order to answer to this challenge that Paris and its the director responsible for this is working on rebuilding the plan for Paris. That will be like divided in three parts: to do it faster, to be more local, and more fair, more just. Quicker, we know, we've spoken about it. Why more locally? Why? Because the transition is, you see it on the street. Every citizen can see it. Is the borough where I live, does it have green spaces, parks, grass? Is it adapted to the climate changes? Paths for bicycles, do they exist or not, and so on and so on. So it's on the street where we live that you can see it. Why is it important to do it more locally? It's because big changes will arrive, so we need everyone to be engaged, and this citizens' engagement will happen. Will not happen if people are not involved. And finally, the last part the last element, you have to be just. We know social fairness is essential. These questions, when you compare rich boroughs with the poor boroughs, you see how the lack of symmetry between them. We have the ambition to correct this lack of symmetry and to work in such ways so younger people who usually are unable to leave to the people, especially when in the hot periods, so they can have a better urban environment, more favorable for everyday's life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this testimony. This round table is over. We're going to switch to the next one. Thanks to all the speakers for bringing some life and light into this topic, into this round table. We've seen that financement is key when it comes to the cities, and that will be the topic of the next round table, led and moderated by Priscilla Negreiros. Hello, thank you. Hello. I know you're extremely busy. Sorry about that.
And it's going to be easier. So very nice to meet you. For those that don't know me, I work for Climate Policy Initiative, and we hold the Secretariat and lead the City's Climate Finance Leadership Alliance. So the CCFLA, as we call it, we are the main multi-level and multi-stakeholder coalition aimed at closing the investment gap for urban climate finance. That's a very, very big aim. And we know that cities are essential for national governments to respond to their NDCs, to achieve their NDCs. Yet, I don't know about you, but I haven't heard so much about cities as I would like during this COP. Not for certainly in the negotiations, but at least we are hearing and trying to talk a little bit more here in the French pavilion. So I'm very, very happy to be here. We know that cities are not getting the attention they need, and definitely not enough funding. So we have launched a report last year with the State of Cities Climate Finance Report, where we have stated that cities have received $384 billion annually in 2017 and 2018, and it's very far from what they need, which is more around $5 trillion. So for that to be achieved, we need a lot of partnership, and we need a lot of organizations showing good examples, understanding what they are actually doing, and we need a lot less talk and a lot more action. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about with this amazing panel and people. So I would like to invite Mr. Mayor Mohamed Sefiani, who is mayor of Chefchaouen. Thank you so much. If you can come in. Please some claps so you can wake up, pay attention. Also very happy to have Jean-Luc Chapoton, who is the Group International Development Director from RATP Development. Thank you so much. And last but definitely not least, Mrs. Valentina De Marco from the International Alliance Coordination, which is an Argentinian network of cities for climate change. So we are talking about partnership, but we are talking about partnership with a very specific goal, which is how can we increase climate finance through partnerships. And we have a lot of interesting examples. I will start with you, Mayor, if I may. And Chefchaouen stands as an intermediary city pursuing climate transformation. And you're doing an amazing job locally. So I wanted you to tell us a little bit about the relevance of this long-term partnerships in achieving finance and being able to fund what you want to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I am happy to be with you today. I will switch to French. Donc, merci beaucoup.
Many thanks once again. Hello everyone, I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Mohamed Sefiani. I'm Chefchaouen's mayor, and I've been the mayor from 2019. It's a middle-sized city, that's true, in northern Morocco. The city is painted blue, but we think green. From the early 2010s, we decided to speak and to be committed politically and locally for the city to become, truly speaking, genuinely pro-environmental. This is why and how we've implemented a bunch of projects via some bits of city planning as well to make the city greener. as you know, we can't talk about world agendas, especially when it comes to climate change and to sustainable development, if not to take into consideration the cities. More than 70% of the greenhouse gases emissions come from the cities. More than 55% of the world's population live in the cities. So this is something we have to do. We have to localize, of course, the NDCs, but we need to gather the means that we need. We have thus created or joined international networks like the Global Mayors Association for Energy and Climate, which gathers more than 12,000 cities in the world, of course, worldwide, in order to come up with a project leading methodology, with a climate action plan, with greenhouse gases emissions planning and reducing plans in topics such as water, drinking water, water treatment, energy efficiency, solar power, heating, the building industry. So many aspects on which we've been working in order to reduce our greenhouse gases emissions, and to because we don't want to be merely talking. It takes do's and not only says. We have to work. The old city is nearly 100% pedestrian. It's only for pedestrians and bikes as well, but no engines there. Now money and needs. Money, needs and challenges. We have an action plan for climate, for sustainable energy, but then how to do it? First, develop clean means. Performance. The first thing is to optimize, to enhance things, to get better. You have to be better every day. You have to make steps before asking others to do so, and then you can ask for money. Then it has to be multi-level. That's extremely important for us to have and lead partnerships locally, internationally. Which is why we've created and led many projects with one drinkable water. It's about 20 million euros, a very important one. But we also need an access to international finance, which we haven't. Neither human nor financially speaking. For most cities, and especially the middle-sized cities in the global south, that's especially true about us. There is the GAFAUN, that's an interesting example that facilitates via the GCoM and other partners. We became candidates to get some technical support in an extremely important field for us, which is waste management. We are doing a good work when it comes to gathering waste, but we are doing worse when it comes to the other steps that come behind it. Many thanks to the GAFA, to the AFD, and the various organizations that have taken part in it to finance it. We are now launching some studies. There is another project with the equipment funds of the United Nations. That's for public light in the street. 25% LEDs now. That's the current situation, thanks to the national support and this international support. We are about to make it 100% next year. This is going to be smart and sustainable. There are many other projects will follow on which we are already working. Yesterday we heard some good news. We know that some other cities, another city in Morocco has been chosen as one of the 48 best ones in the world when it comes to city transition. GCoM and other partners have nominated them, and this is very helpful for Morocco in general. Innovative solutions leading to net zero. SFEN is committed when it comes to the race towards resilience, the race towards net zero. Those are worldwide initiatives that have been launched during the COP last year. We are now and committed. We are running the race, but we still need technical assistance and money. Via this kind of financements and local initiatives, we'll be able to reach objectives. Because as for now, only 10% of world's financing go to these kind of projects, to Europe, to the cities. And 70% of greenhouse gases emissions come from the cities. So we have to keep on working. All the cities' networks. I'm a member of the executive bureau of the GCoM. I'm now a regional ambassador for Africa from the GCoM. We work in that direction. We are working on it in synergy with various networks. We keep on working together in good intelligence for the sources of finance to consider the cities more than they do.
Please clap, because it's very impressive the work that you are doing in your city, like in all the points that raise, improving budget, the multi-level, and like this, all of this network that you mentioned that you're working with. A lot of people here mentioned the GAP Fund. By the way, the GAP Fund is organizing a session this afternoon for those that are interested at 3 p.m. You can find more information in the website of EIB. And it's very inspiring because we need a lot of different actors to be able to get to this finance that, I agree with you, it's not reaching cities as they should. And I'm going to jump to Valentina because I think you are also doing this work to put together different cities with different sizes to help them get access to finance. So I want you to tell me a little bit more of your experience locally in Argentina and how this partnership of engagement helped to move a bit the challenges that you are facing there to, of course, bring more money to the cities to make the changes that they need.
Okay, hello everyone. I am Valentina de Marco. I work as International Coordinator of Alliances and Projects in the Argentinian Network of Municipalities Facing Climate Change, also known as the RAMCC. Our network is an organization that gathers over 277 Argentinian municipalities. We have specialists that work together with the local governments so that they can provide them technical support to define local public policies on mitigation and adaptation to climate change that are based on calculation of greenhouse gas emissions, of climate risk assessments, on social vulnerabilities, on projections of climate hazards. So they are based on accurate information. Actually, we have developed a model in order to implement climate action at local governments. This consists in 4 steps, and partnership plays a crucial role along each one of these steps. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about this whole process. First of all, we have the climate planning. Here, municipalities work together with the specialists on climate change so that they can develop their sustainable for energy and climate action plans, their CCAPs. These are documents that has 3 stages: a diagnosis stage where they, for the mitigation plan, they have to elaborate their greenhouse gas emissions inventory. For the adaptation part, they have to develop their climate risk assessments with their climate hazards and social vulnerabilities. So with all of this baseline information, we can define effective and realistic targets to 2030 and a strategy to reach carbon neutrality to 2050. Afterwards, we have the targets stage, and afterwards we have the establishment of the mitigation and adaptation actions that we are going to carry on in order to reach those targets previously set. So for this, our partnership with the Global Covenant of Mayors on Climate and Energy, with the GCoM, is essential since they provide us with a common report framework. This framework gives us all of the requirements and global standards, provides us with a structure so that we can comply with all of these international validated standards needed to implement climate change at a local level. So the next step consists in reaching international validation of the CCAPs of these documents. For this, we have a partnership with CDP. CDP is a disclosure platform. So in order to be part and members of the GCoM, of One Planet City Challenge and different initiatives, we have to report all of the information gathered on the CCAP of each one of the municipalities and to comply with all of the statements of CDP, of all of the technical ones, so that we can reach this validation. This is really relevant because it demonstrates transparency and political commitment at a local level. Also, if we want to reach external financial support, we really need to show that we have validated globally our CCAP. Then the third step of the whole process consists on the implementation. Okay, we have developed our CCAP. We know our climate actions on mitigation and adaptation that we are going to do from here to 2030. We have validated them. Now we need to know how we are going to implement them. So we are using two ways. One of them consists in local finance, local investments, and the other one on external financial support. With the local investments, actually, the annual budgets of municipalities is not enough for the execution of all of the mitigation and adaptation actions defined in their CCAPs. So we have to develop different instruments and tools in order to support them. One very interesting and innovative instrument that we have elaborated is the Ramsey Sea Trust Fund. This is a tool that allows municipalities to make aggregated purchase. So they can access to better prices and to better quality of technology, because the number of technology that we are going to buy is bigger. So for the Ramsey Sea Trust Fund, also partnership is really important because we have to do some studies, technical, legal, and financial studies before doing this purchase. So in this case, we are receiving support from different institutions, like, for example, the European Union has supported us a lot with some of the legal and financial studies. As regards the other way of reaching the implementation of these actions, climate finance, I mean, is the external financial support. So for this, what we do is try to identify all of the actions on the CCAPs that are repeated in different municipalities. And we elaborate an aggregated climate project, and we present it to different investment financial institutions so that they can support us, at least in a part of them. So here I want to outline the support that we are receiving from the European Investment Bank through the GCoM. We are implementing a project on solar photovoltaic energy of distributed generation in 10 municipalities in Argentina that are distributed in 5 provinces, since our country has a really diverse geographical, political, social, and productive realities. So we decided that dividing the projects in 5 different regions that could represent 5 different conditions of Argentinian reality would help us then to replicate this kind of projects. So we are really grateful with the GAP Fund, with the GCoM, and with the European Investment Bank for all the support we are receiving. Actually, we just need to the last part, because the GAP Fund supports you in the feasibility studies, and when you finish them, then you need to buy the technology and the installment by yourself. So we're going to try to reach some kind of external finance when we get to that stage. I mean, I believe that it is going to be in February. And finally, the last step consists in the revision and update of this CCAP, because as you know, when you start implementing all of these actions, the conditions of the city change. It changes actually all of the time. So we have to update our greenhouse gas inventory. We have to update our climate risk assessment. So we start again with the process. We measure the progress of each one of all of the mitigation and adaptation actions defined. We see if some of them have already been completed, if we can add new ones, and we start setting new goals for 2030 and 2050, always searching for an ongoing improvement. So that's a little bit of the context.
Well, thank you so much. I think you touched it if we're talking about partnerships to get access to finance, you mentioned a very, very important point, which is partnerships, of course, with international and national organizations, but the partnership between the cities themselves, like so they can aggregate projects to be able to get access to the finance, because what happens a lot is that smaller, particularly in developing countries, like smaller intermediary cities, even if they have a very structured project, not necessarily they will get access to the funding they need, as the ticket size is not big enough. So this is a very, very important initiative that you're putting forward that needs to be replicated, and it's a big part of partnerships. So now I'll jump to you, Jean-Luc, and I think you're going to bring a different perspective. So a perspective of a public organization that is working with the city, but it's doing a lot of different works in the transport sector. So I wanted you to tell us a bit about RATP, the sustainability strategy that you have, and how have you linked this to innovative financial models and can facilitate this green transition.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. I'm going to switch in French. Bon, déjà, c'est ma
because that's my first COP27, especially. My first COP27, and it's quite fascinating, this international aspect. Somebody tells you buenos dias, somebody goes bon dia, or speaks Moroccan, the booth can't repeat. It's important to get this degree of internationality. The RATP plays an important role in this approach. It's about 70,000 workers at the moment. We are in 74 countries. We have 780 partner cities. In cities like London, Washington, DC, we have more than 1,200 buses in London. We are the biggest electric buses operator in London. We work in Casablanca, in Morocco. There are quick buses in Casablanca, and we're in charge of them. We participated in the construction of the tube in Sao Paulo, in Argentina as well. There are projects when it comes to the tube in Buenos Aires. So the RATP group takes a part in investment. The RATP designs, develops, and creates the buying procedures of the equipment, the systems. While creating transport system, we spend around 2 billion euros per year. In Paris, we build more than 30 kilometers of pathways with automatized line 4, line 1. The line 14 was the first one, the first heavy automatic line in Paris, line 14. It's an important aspect when it comes to sustainable development, because automatic lines, when it in the tubes, are about managing energy, saving energy, and managing the flows. We're in Cairo as well, in Egypt. RATP Dev is operating the line 3 in the Cairo tube, and line 20 between Cairo and the new administrative capital city of Egypt. Many workers lots of money. Transport amounts represents 30% of the greenhouse gases emissions, but the public transport contributes to the energy transition of a city. The modal transfer from the car to public transport is gaining time when it comes to moving within the city, when it comes to avoiding traffic jams and pollution. It's about working on health, because public transport has people walking. You have to walk to the train station, you have to walk to the tube, and it's good for the health, which is good for money. Also, by the way, you have less heart disease, you have less car accidents, obviously, when you don't take your car. Plus it reduces greenhouse gases emissions. That far less greenhouse gases emissions from public transport than from private cars in Paris. The majority of people who take their car to go work are alone, or sitting alone in their cars. Public transport also contributes to the environmental transition of the city when it comes to urban space. We have the RERA, east-west, transporting many people day by day in order to transport just as many people using cars. Instead of this line, it should be 2 motorways with 17 lanes. 17 lanes, 2 motorways. Can you imagine what Paris would look like if it wasn't for this line? Back in 2015, we've launched a strategy around reducing by 20% the electricity consumption per user until 2035. It's the first multimodal network having a certification, ISO. It's about energy management, energy efficiency management in public transport. Before talking about transition, there is one important thing, which is reducing the energy consumption. The RHCP consumes 1.3 terawatts per year of electricity. We consume lots of electricity, so we have to reduce our energy consumption, first thing, which is why we've put LED lights in all the tube stations, which reduces our electricity bill. We also we recuperate electricity as well. It's a circular electricity management. It's electricity recycling, so you call it. We're greening our fleet. 5,000 buses are getting green in 2025. 50% will be electric, 50% will be running on biogas, which means we have to buy new buses. You have to change the depot. You have to. It takes lots of work, of course, and lots of money. We are participating in the city transition, developing new tube stations with a geothermal system to heat and cold the stations while sharing this network with the buildings that are on the surface. We're also using the heat from the Line 11 tunnel in order to produce 30% of the heating needed for social housings in Paris. It's an important transition, and the financement is the lion's share. Greenfields, new projects. You are talking about the AFD, and I thank the AFD myself, of course, Agence Française de Développement. They take part in the development of the infrastructure in Cairo. The BEI involved in many projects in Thessaloniki. Many projects developing on the green field, PPPs, public-private partnerships. We see it in many countries. In Southern Africa, the Go Train PPP, it's a train line from Pretoria to Johannesburg. There is a bus network as well, and parking lots management, so it's quite model. Many things are getting created and led in Canada, in Australia, in Europe, to dig a little bit deeper into details, we also finance civil engineering when it comes to heavy infrastructures with separate bills, so that the PPP is on a 20-25 year period, but then you have the maintenance, the rails. This is the risks are managed in separately, so that nobody is risking their own skin in the game. We also try to save thousands of tons of CO2. Money is directed to financing. The green bonds have been created. 500 million euros, 2017 and 2019, in order to finance all the projects I've mentioned, while changing the running equipment of the RERA. All these projects, it's about renewing, updating the fleet. A small digression about financement. We often see the IFI financing CAPEX. I've been talking a lot with the AFD and others. Financing the CAPEX is important when it comes to financing new systems, but maintenance is important to optimize investments. So it's, to put it simple, it's important to find money in order to maintain what we already have. It's not only about buying new things, because even if you buy new things, it will take some maintenance. We want it to be cheap, to be clean, to be secure, to be safe. One personal thing, by the way, I asked my daughter before leaving to Egypt, she's 70-year-old, what could I tell at the COP, in your opinion? She's more into micro-mobility, she likes scooters, she likes bikes. The RATP has got its shares when it comes to micro-mobility. We've invested a bit in electric scooters, electric Vespas, into car sharing, carpooling as well. She said, you know, when it comes to transport, we're a bit like fish in a box. It's a closed fit, doesn't smell nice. So, you know, could you develop public transport for it to be more comfortable and pleasant, for it to be a bit of a pleasure? That's a way down which we could go, I think. Yeah.
And I really like, I think, well, 2 points to raise. I think first, in terms of partnership, which is the main topic of our chat, like for sure in the private sector, how can we leverage this amount and then invest in technology? I think you mentioned so many interesting examples on how you are doing that in transport in France and also expanding throughout the world. I quite liked your point that we don't discuss as much as we should on how we need financial instruments actually to maintain in the medium long term, to make them still efficient, which is quite a very, very important point. And yeah, I agree with your daughter for sure. Let's make it someone that's coming from São Paulo, although São Paulo has very nice buses, very hot. I think we have a couple of minutes, not a lot. This is like a session that we want to hear other people too. If you have any question, comment, if you would like to come in, I think we could take one or two. I don't know if we have any. Someone wanting to give its opinion or not? Okay.
Hi. Thank you very much. My name is Hila Rothbart. I'm from Israel. And I manage a regional forum for climate change for local municipalities. And this was extremely interesting. I have a lot of questions. But I was wondering, Valentina, maybe I missed it in your questions. Who supports RAMCC? How are you funded? How are you managing this whole network? I would love to hear a bit about that, if possible.
Okay, so municipalities have to pay an annual membership. It is actually really small. It is just a representative, because we have a lot of engineers working in the executive secretariat. However, as I was telling, through the different steps of all of our work, we receive external support from different kind of partnerships. So from one side, we apply to different calls, like from the European Union, like the GAP Fund, with aggregated projects. Then the GCoM, for example, gives us financial support for the elaboration of the CCAPs. We have already developed a lot of CCAPs. We have updated them. So yes, actually, partnership is essential for us, the alliances, and also making different financial mechanisms like these aggregated climate projects, and also different tools and instruments like the Ramsey Trust Fund. So here municipalities put their own investments to implement the action, but we also show it and promote it with different institutions. If they want to be part, then the investment that the municipalities have to make is it's reduced, okay?
Thanks. I think unfortunately we don't have more time, so I will conclude with some lessons that I learned from all of you. Like, we definitely need to improve our own budgets, work on multi-level scale. We need cities to work together too. We need to make sure that the projects that we are doing, many cities face the same challenges. They're working on the same projects. Let's try to bundle them to have access to finance. International finance institutions need definitely to come and support, not only on project preparation, but funding the final project, and use technology to also leverage private sector investment and learn with so many good examples. So thank you so much for the panel. Again, claps. Thank you so much. So for our final, so for our closing remarks, I would love to call the Mayor Adjoint of Dakar, Ms. El Hadji Ibrahima, to say some words. Yes. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Voilà, merci beaucoup. Moi, je m'appelle.
Thank you very much. This is Ibrahim Al-Dadi. I'm from Dakar. I'm at the stage 3 of COP27. The mayor couldn't join us because she was very late last night, because she was supposed to make a communication on climate finances. But she wants to say that when it comes to the city of Dakar, we are in the Convention of Mayors of Sub-Saharan region that implies a voluntary engagement, and we implement actions in terms of adaptation of mitigations when it comes to climate changes, which allowed to Dakar, in a framework of this partnership, to obtain money from the European Union to implement the energy climate territorial plan. And we also made a balance of our emissions, a study of vulnerability of the city of Dakar, but also to make what is called the plan for action for access onto sustainable energy. So we are at the implementation stage now. So we implemented some actions. For some actions we made it based on with our own money, but for others that requires the accompanying of financial and technical partners. The one that we are financing ourselves, we have a program of relamping. That's public lighting. Okay, we've managed to change 52,000 sodium lamps, which means lots of into LED lamps. That was with our own funds. Now there are actions that have been given priorities within this plan of action. As you can see, this year in Dakar we've had floods, strong floods, which entailed big damages in terms of material goods, but also human lives. So we need to find solutions here. That's why we plan to change, to have some plans of landscape works. We are at the stage of technical studies. The studies, they are almost over. Now we are looking for partners to implement this plan. And we also have the assistance of 50 to help us to reduce the consumption of city buildings. 32 of them. The objective is to pay less for the energy. So we're going to save money that will be reinjected in other sectors like gender, like youth, like health, because Dakar is very polluted. We have to admit it. The last reports are very alarming. It has also as objective to reduce the GHG gases in Dakar. We also have a project that is ongoing now. It's about reducing the waste, the plastic waste especially. Another project that is very close to the mayor, the PC Club. Let me explain you. There is a huge works around Dakar. It's about building a train that is being built, and we would like to have a PCC club that will follow the line around surrounding the city to improve the mobility of everyone. For this, of course, when you need money. The problem is that the local government, at the low level, the financing is very difficult and complex. We have to close it, because the actions should be done at the level of territory. It's important to say it's on the level of territory that the actions take place, and these are the territories that suffer the most of the climate changes. So we need to be assisted, especially as Dakar. You know, it's a very vulnerable city geographically. It's almost island. And the level of the sea is going up, and other phenomena are taking place. So we need to conduct adaptation, but also mitigation plans. We have French corporations, Milano and EU, but we need more to realize the 22 actions that have been given priority in our plan. This is the message the mayor wanted to give you. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Now we're going to go to the last sequence of our roundtable.
Des remarques
and to the conclusions. I have the pleasure to call on stage Mr. Annick Lebrecht, who's the representative of the UN Habitat, and he's the president of the Forum of the Habitat Professionals at the UN. Mr. Lebrecht, thank you very much.
Si. Pardon, on entend. Ah ben voilà.
I see Monaradi is joining us. New Habitat chairwoman just joined us. So, a conclusion. Well, lots of contents, which makes it pretty hard for me to conclude. But I think that there is a degree of hope in the words we've heard during the discussion. Innovation, technology always comes with it's lots of hope. We are changing methods. We are changing the ways we work. We are developing new knowledge, new methods. The local communities do their share in Senegal, in Morocco, elsewhere, to align what they do with strategic planning, with climate action, with land planning, in order to share and promote their vision. I think these strategic documents, beyond the technical aspects, are first documents about mobilization of the stakeholders, because mayors know they can't do much if remaining alone, but we know that each time the public sector invest €1, the companies invest €7. So the cities can't do a lot alone, and they're never alone. The question, we've talked about the access to financing, the way it's not sufficient. The scales are at the hands of central states, who should decentralize more than they do, and should provide cities with some direct access to resources in order for the projects to be developed. Has been said from Dakar today, but territories are the keys of change, the agents for change. We've published a book named Cities Change the World. I hope cities will change climate as well. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, planning is one thing, but we can change many things. It takes implementing visions. The issue is thus pretty territorial. Partnerships needed with all the stakeholders. We need finance, we need money, but as Grenoble's mayor said, money is not everything. It's also about negotiating with central states who have been borrowing money during the COVID times, and seem to find it more difficult when it comes to fighting against climate change, which is a bit strange. I think they need our help to implement the needs, to create the tools we need. The means are too limited locally. 10% for the local authorities, as we've said. Some initiatives are taken, like the GAP Fund or others. The AFD putting in place tools, and other international banks doing the same thing in order to create direct access for the cities in the countries where it's legally possible. What Eric Piolle said is important. It doesn't work without technical support. The technical support and financement, in fact. What I would like to say as a co-chair for Cohabitat Forum, because we gather big urban development networks. So we are here to create and develop partnerships. We are between professionals, between specialists. We know each other very well. We've developed a roadmap which purely falls within the climate action. But what we are seeking for now is to be positioned as an organization to bring along our capacities and our services. Globally speaking, we have physics. We have 3 million architects. We have many specialists from physics. We have health specialists. We have specialists from various fields, and we are into creating new partnerships with the GCoM, for instance, but with Metropolis, with the biggest cities associations, more than with the central states, in fact, because we professionals know this is the place to be if you want to see change happening. Inside the UN, as you know, there is a roadmap, but there is one last thing from myself I would like to add, because I also represent the AFNO, the urbanism agencies, international network. We consider there is a need at the scale of the biggest cities for a tool, a permanent reflection tool that would help us building policies and strategies, a platform, a bit of a laboratory, just as in Grenoble. As we were saying, Eric Piolle, we need dialogue, but it has to be built upon a debate that is to be based upon knowledge about real, tangible, figure-based knowledge, in order to spread the good word, then to know it is. the good word. So inside the agencies like the Metropolitan Planning Agency and Global Network, it belongs to the Habitat Professional Forum, and we are interested into creating partnerships with GCoM, with Metropolis, with other mayors networks, in order to participate and to fight with you, to lead this fight against climate change, this fight which is about a paradigm shift when it's coming to it. Climate is inviting us, to say the least, to doing so. Thank you for your attention. Closing remark. Thank you for that, for these words and and your message. To conclude this event, I would like to ask Guy to take his second hat, Environmental Transition Directorate in the MEDEF. Yes. So, closing remarks. I would like to go back to the initial topic, which is how to accelerate ecological environmental transition.
MEDEF, we're trying to put together and not to divide. And the fight against the climate change has to gather us together. The example of the roundtable today is an excellent example, and I hail here the Dakar mayor when I was 2 days ago, by the way, at the Socie. Concretely, the MEDEF has some initiatives, and I will talk about two of them. The first one, we called it French Business Climate Pledge. That's asking, we've asked companies to describe what they were going to do and to just tell us what investments they would like to put together with their actions, nothing else, and we control that in time this is being followed. French Business Climate Pledge. In another area, we've worked a lot on the biodiversity. There will be a training called Migrant Biodiversity, notably the LPO. During the last rev, we've launched it at the MEDEF in last autumn. 2 important points. When it comes to the means to accelerate the ecological transition in relation with today's subject, I would like to insist on the importance of public ordering. Going to local producers, which allows to avoid carbon. We have the right to have carbon flows, but we have everything it takes to fight against it. But the absence of punishment for these carbon flows, it's a long and costly this policy can succeed only if there's public funds that help to implement the solutions. To give an example of decarbonation of this hot industry, it's a combination of hydrogen and carbon to produce biokerosene. We're talking about hundreds of millions by factory. It's absolutely indispensable to accelerate the transition. Another point on which the local governments and territorial governments is connected with the arrival of new materials. And I will give you an example from present life. We provide cement of the Olympic Village of Paris 2024. Low carbon cement, reduction by 24% of this 24% reduction of the CO2, and we've created a negative CO2 cement, and they don't want to accept because they never heard of it. The insurers who talk a lot about the fight against the climate change, when we, in this type of situation, we tell them that we cannot use the revolutionary materials, they run away. They're too afraid. So it's not only the question of finances, but also the courage of the insurer that can make a problem. Another point that seems important, essential for me, is the social acceptability of the transition for the public opinion. We have a round table this afternoon about it. It's essential. We don't have to lie to ourselves on the popularity of climatic actions once it starts touching the wallets. 100% the people do not want to participate. I'm talking about population. The population is not necessarily interested, or not as interested I would like it to be. So the aspect that allows to embark everyone is very important. That goes through education and the training. We're discussing with the mayor of the city of Grenoble earlier about it. So we need consistency, and in order to obtain consistency, we need to work together. And I deeply believe in this movement of co-construction of a better future. And what we're doing here at the COP is the great example of what should be done. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Guy. So here's the end of our event. Thank you for remaining with us. Thank you to the speakers and to the technical support of our event, and to all those who have followed this event in the world over the internet. We can continue our discussions around the pavilion. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, si vous voulez bien venir.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to take your seats for this event about net zero
framework, thank you. Don't hesitate to take a seat. N'hésitez pas à prendre place, surtout pour les représentants des pays. And for those of you who don't speak,
the representatives of countries
that's available. There are speakers and the usual device.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello everyone. Please take your seats.
Seats over there. Hesitate to sit down, make yourselves comfortable. Bienvenue au.
A warm welcome to the French pavilion. My name is Stéphane Crouza, French climate ambassador, head of the French delegation for the COP27. It's a pleasure for me and an honor to welcome to this prestigious roundtable Teresa Ribera and other speakers who are here to talk about an important coalition, indeed the Carbon Neutrality Coalition, high-level side. It has been launched during the first One Planet Summit held and organized by Mr. Macron in autumn 2017, just after Donald Trump's decision, the former US president, to quit the Paris Agreement. We decided it was important then to give another momentum to this to these objectives, hence the creation of the Carbon Neutrality Coalition. It was a part of this move, a part of this plan. The net zero idea is written inside the Paris Agreement, but it has become an emergency. We now see that things have changed. 90% of the greenhouse gases emissions are covered by an objective zero net emissions or carbon neutrality or climate neutrality. As you know, when it comes to the EU, we talk about climate neutrality by 2050. We have more and more long-term strategies that are put in place and are submitted to the UNFCCC 57, if I'm correct, and the Carbon Neutrality Coalition played a part in this fight, hence the fact that this topic has made its way back to the UNFCCC discussions. We needed space to relaunch the long-term machine, which we made last year during COP26, so that the long-term strategies are back in the game, back in the discussion. In the discussion, we engage all the stakeholders to implement these long-term strategies. With no further ado, I think Richard or Laurence Tubiana, CEO, European Climate Foundation, is going to take the floor during this roundtable. Once again, a warm welcome to the French pavilion.
Merci. Merci.
Many thanks, Stéphane, and thank you above all to the members of the Carbon Neutrality Coalition, dear ministers, dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your commitment from last year on and nowadays still, of course. A couple of reflection pathways to start with after this first COP week. I already felt so in Glasgow, but I see the emphasis is put on the truth, on the seriousness of the net zero commitments. There is a growing demand for crystal clear rules so that all the stakeholders are able to assess and to bring some reality to their net zero commitments. There are lots of commitments, the question being how serious we are about it and how real it is. The net zero group has been piloted by the Secretaries and led by Catherine McKenna. That was the first time when we tried to define what net zero means when it comes to tangible actions, which has proved of high importance to the Secretary General. This group has created a roadmap and key principles to avoid greenwashing. I don't know how we say in French, by the way. Green paint, perhaps. Green painting, but greenwashing is okay. There are sometimes words that remain mere words and make net zero goals weaker than stronger. The Paris Agreement is based upon the peer pressures and the reality of actions, but it's on the countries to take actions and to support those strong principles. We'll see later how, as it comes in various colors and shapes in companies and financial actors, but that's why the Carbon Neutrality Coalition during COP26 in Glasgow, in the same movement about seriousness, about reality, decided to come up with a common approach around what could be a serious framework for the policies to go towards net zero. We all know and we all recognize how difficult things are. No country has finished its plan, of course, but most countries have plans and are working on them, working on specific mechanisms. After 1 year, lots of steps have been done inside the coalition. We see now that at least we have a precise framework and we know where we're heading. The key elements, the main ones, that include both actions and processes, which are governance and concrete, tangible sectorial aspects to go towards net zero and to reach the place. We're not there yet, but we are building upon this coalition to gain experience, to gain good practices, best practices, and to share them. 5 topics have been identified. The first one being the fact, of course, that some decisions are embedded in the legal frameworks, the national legal frameworks, so that we have carbon neutrality targets. The same topic is about governance, how things are organized in the state reality and in the reality in the regions as well, in the cities. Finance now, how the financial system is aligned with net zero targets, how you engage stakeholders as well. We talk a lot about companies, but it's also about the citizens. Governments, states tend to go towards efficient policies. There is the classical things, the sectoral policies when it comes to industry, to, production, forests, agriculture. I'm happy to see that this framework, which is about what we do, how and when we do it, has been adopted now, has been adopted, by 15 countries, but the list is growing and growing day after day, and that allows, I hope, for the countries to have this direction, to go towards net zero, and being serious about it. And let me insist, of course, 80% of world emissions or more are covered by net zero. But having said that, if you take a closer look at these strategies, we are far from being there. We are far from getting something tangible enough to have faith and trust. I would like now to give the floor to those who are doing what I've been depicting, what I've been describing. The question being how you are taking your economy towards net zero objectives. Daniel Westlen, you're the State Secretary at the Ministry for Climate and Environment of Sweden, and I think you might start, because I've been told you're in a hurry. So I know you know France quite well, but you'll be speaking English, right?
Thank you. I'm sorry I haven't mastered the beautiful French language. There's still time though, so let me let me do this in English. Thanks for inviting me to this important event. I'm happy to see that more and more countries are lining up their climate neutrality pledges. This has been stated many times before, but we really need to move from words to action. And that's why I'm so grateful that we have this initiative, and the French initiative to initiate it when we were in tough times, as we still are, but differently in that time. I'm quite new to my job. We started 4 weeks ago after the elections, but I've been active in climate issues for quite some time now. What is clear from my experience is how important it is to create a clear pathway to climate neutrality that includes entire society. This cannot be a political process. We have to engage everybody. Action has to come from households and from companies. There are the decisions made on the path to climate neutrality are made in kitchens and in boardrooms. And there are millions and millions of separate decisions. Policymakers' job has to be to create the conditions that make these decisions a possibility. Our net target, our Swedish net zero target, is by 2045. We have support from 7 out of 8 parties in Parliament for that, and we have also sought cooperation from broader from society. This includes civil society, business, and all other sectors of the country. The climate framework that we created has become a uniting factor, and everybody stands behind it. Businesses have presented roadmaps that are showing how each and every sector will go towards zero emissions. And together these roadmaps form a more or less complete picture of how industry as a whole will reach net zero. So actually I would say that industry is advancing before policy in Sweden. So the job for politicians now is to catch up and make sure that the conditions for these plans to become a reality actually come in place. Some examples of this is the fossil-free steel that we often talk about, but we also see battery production emerging in more and more places. And we have several big plants coming up, and we are also seeing that people start talking about and actually proper preparations for production of fossil-free fuels made from carbon dioxide and hydrogen produced by clean energy. In the same manner, we see fertilizer production coming online, also without the use of fossil fuels from hydrogen. We do have, however, like all of you, have challenges. We need to expand the clean energy supply in order to replace the fossil fuels. We need to shorten the permitting processes that sometimes limits climate change. The climate action is actually limited by the environmental legislation, and we will have to find a way to make this more efficient without abandoning the environmental targets. And we need to ensure that we have qualified labor force that are attracted in working in these new businesses. So I encourage all of you to work closely together with your key societal actors in your countries, and I really look forward to hearing from the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will give the floor to Teresa Ribera now, who is Deputy Prime Minister of Spain.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Laurence, and thank you so much for convening this meeting, because I think that this is a very critical issue. We all are engaged, committed to a result-oriented exercise to become net zero, to ensure climate security, and this is a great challenge, how we can fully decarbonize the economy in such a short period of time, and how we can combine the different time horizons, what in the very short term, what in the mid-term, what in the long term, how we can be sound, and how we can ensure that the energy to keep on going is there. So to me, there are two issues that are very important. The first of them is ensure that we are trustful and we deserve confidence. And this means that we need to identify what are the goals in the mid and long term, but this also means that we need to show to what extent credible pathways combining different aspects of the real life, such as the ones that you are being picking, identifying as key factors of success, are reflected in the way we express we are going to achieve this net zero. The shortest the time horizon we are thinking of, the highest level of detail and credibility needs to be produced in the exercise. The second thing is that in order to be credible, in order to ensure that things are going to work, it needs to be digested and backed by the whole society. We need to express how we are going to do things, but people need to identify that it is worthy to go along these same pathways and lines, because otherwise it is an academic exercise or the political imposition that does not hook and does not deliver the roots that are needed in order to facilitate this incredibly difficult exercise of changing the mindset of every single citizen, every single player in a society. So, something that it is very important and it is stressed in this exercise is the way we ensure that governance and participation take place, how we can ensure that there is a proper dialogue to see where the bottlenecks, the difficulties, the challenges, but also the opportunities. It is very important to stress the opportunities, to stress the reasons why it is worthy to go along these very same pipelines. And sometimes it is because of there is a promise and understanding of employment, jobs, innovation, industrial activities. In some other occasions, it is because it's a healthier city. It is because we keep biodiversity. It is because we reduce risk. But I think that it is important to identify where the opportunities and the benefits of the exercise are. And finally, something that it is very important also to my understanding, it's a very strong commitment of the leadership. There are too many things to be changed in a very short period of time to forget that, of course, we need participation, of course, we need to identify the avenues of action, of course, we need to identify the opportunities, but we know that it is very important to back every single decision that we need to put in place. And in order to do so, the commitment, the engagement of the institutional players and the leaders in the different corporates is absolutely key. So I guess that the combination of all these elements can provide a good basis for action. My second and final comment on this event is that it is always very helpful to count on institutions that can provide the adequate inputs, so to be sure that we count on guidelines, how we can make this exercise trustful, how we can improve our capacity to plan and to orientate our decisions. This is why I think that what you are doing in this carbon neutral test, check, compare, learn on how to improve our action is very important. It is always needed that someone from outside gets the information, assess and draws conclusions, and provide additional inputs on how to improve. It is worthy because it provides a different assessment on the different planning exercise that each of us are promoting. It is useful because it allows us to relate, to compare, and to learn among ourselves. And it is useful because it also provides a good input so to improve what we are doing. So thanks a lot for the exercise, and waiting for new conclusions to be drawn and to learn.
Alvaro Armengol, who is the Minister of Environment, Agriculture and Sustainability of Andorra. Si, merci, Madame Tubiane.
Thank you, Ms. Tobina. I'm very pleased to be here with you to speak about the roadmap that allows us to reach our net zero. We've engaged this path very early, and I agree, we need a very strong governance. Now, our citizens had to adhere to this transition, and we did it by creating a National Commission on Climatic Change, and it's in this commission to which participate our private actors, public actors and youth, who are all members of the commission. They helped us to create this long-term strategy that was really ensured with the participation of all the actors, private and public. This National Commission has been created and based on a law of energy transition approved by our Parliament. The leadership is very important indeed. All the parties have to be involved. The law has been approved unanimously. We've also elaborated a declaration of climatic energy, also approved by the Parliament. This, all the politics go in the same direction of the climatic action. We've worked to ensure the resources necessary to this change in our model of society. We've created a green fund that is fed by a price of carbon, €30 by ton. That is also fed by a tax on the vehicles depending on their low level of emission of CO2. That's 5% of our national budget, and that all feeds the green fund that is used to transform our mobility system. We have free public transportation. We made it thanks to the carbon tax. We also provide help, assistance to switch to electric vehicles and for the rehabilitation of housing. We are a cold country, so really need to work on the energy reform. This is done thanks to the assistance by 40%, by refinancing 40% of the investments brought by the government, and thanks to our green fund. So I think that the governance is an important element indeed, the financement too. Andorra is a small country, but we've created a solid basis to show that our roadmap can be implemented, and our vision of net zero is a reality at the local level. Thank you.
La ministre, et merci.
Thank you very much, dear Minister. Thank you for taking part in this round table. Please stay with you.
There is translation that's provided with the headsets that I'm pointing to now. Donc vous pouvez vous saisir des...
For those who understand French, you can take some headsets. For those who don't understand English, you can also... it's a French-English bilingual meeting. I would like to draw your attention upon the framework. It has been endorsed by the countries you see here mentioned. You will have access via this state-of-the-art QR codes. As you see on the right part of the screen, you can access the documents. 5 elements that have been showcased by the speakers one after another. We think countries can create and build something solid thanks and upon them. I would like to open the discussion. I know some people from the mentioned countries would like to take the floor to share their reflection about this framework and the way it could be used to go forwards. That's not only about having a document we can put on the table to show how nice it is. It's about using it. It's about reinforcing trustworthiness. The country's trustworthiness when it comes to fighting, to taking part in the race towards carbon neutrality. You can talk either French or English as you like. Dear Madame, the floor is yours.
English, I'm sorry. Dear ministers, lady and gentlemen, first I would like to refer that Portugal fully supports the framework that have been developed in the last months concerning the common understanding on how to build and implement plans to reach net zero emissions. The science is clear. The climate emergency is a crisis that already affects us all today. The war in Ukraine cannot detract us from the urgency of answering the challenge of climate change. Since 2016, Portugal is committed to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, and we are working on both fronts, action and ambition. We have submitted our long-term strategy in 2019 and called that it's called Carbon Neutrality Roadmap 2050. Portugal shares with other countries the conviction that the solution to the current crisis involves accelerating the climate and energy transition. Portugal keeps the helm firm and continues to be an example. In this sense, we have closed the last coal-fired power plant in Portugal last year. We continue to invest in renewable energies, in particular wind and solar. And we aim to make green hydrogen an energy source for the future. At the beginning of 2022, our climate law entered into force, which reinforces goals, objectives, principles and obligations for the different levels of governance for climate action through public policies. In conclusion, we reinforced our goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 with the commitment to study and prepare its anticipation by 2045. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam, and thank you for shedding light on some elements we can see here.
And for these plans of sectoral transformations and the implementation by the law, the plan that he had established, and also the plan that has been given to the UNFCCC at the times, and that was the best thing for on the side of Portugal. Now I would like to give the floor to Norbert Garrison from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany.
Thank you very much, and also I'm not able to speak in French, so allow me to do it in English. Also, Germany fully supports the framework for net zero neutrality. We followed the Glasgow decision from last year, which urged all parties to come up with updated long-term strategies by COP27, and in our case, on 2nd of November, a few days ago, we submitted the Climate Action Plan 2050, which is our long-term strategy, which is an update from a previous version. It outlines all key climate policy areas of the different sectors. Mitigation targets, our pathway is clear. We would like to be climate neutral by 2045, and we have enshrined that in our the Climate Protection Act by 2030. 65% and by 2040 minus 88%, and negative emissions to compensate the hard-to-abate sectors by 2050. The transformation pathways will be defined for each of the sectors by 2030, and just to say, following the Russian war of aggression, we accelerated our energy policies. So we have now a big package of legislation through the Parliament, which aims to achieve 80% of renewable energy generation by 2030, and in particular accelerating permitting of the installation of new installations is a central part of that. Also, policy and legal instruments are being revised and further amended. So we have a central bill, the Climate Protection Progress Program, which is enshrined by the Federal Climate Protection Act, which will now detail all the measures for each of the sectors. Just coming to the end, I would like to share one lesson from what we have learned. To achieve net zero by 2045 is an enormous challenge. To stay on track, defined by the climate action, we need to nearly triple the present rate of which we are reducing our emissions. I can say also in numbers, so annual reductions was 15 million tons per year in the last decade, and this needs to be increased by up to 36 to 41 million per year, up to 2030. Coming to an end, fully agree to what that said also from ministers. Climate action policy will only be successful if it's a whole of the society approach, and if economic prosperity and social justice is kept as a key principle. So therefore participation is absolutely key, otherwise we will not be able to succeed. So thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Norbert Görisson.
Thank you very much, Norbert Görisson, for these elements so important. We speak a lot about fair transition, just transition. That starts to be implemented. We can see lots of banks working with governments to analyze what must be done. But the fact that you had a plan and you updated it to be. And I would like to give the floor to the people who are in the audience, if they want to ask questions. French, English, don't be shy.
Merci de vous présenter brièvement lorsque vous le faites.
Oui, sans problème, merci. Alors, je pose ma question en anglais, si ça va?
So,
representing the Net Zero Tracker Consortium. So last week, the high-level expert group produced very specific recommendations for non-state actors. So I have two questions, really. Part of the role of governments, it seems to me, is to engage with non-state actors and produce the regulations and the landscape that they need. But also, do you think that governments need to be held to such specific standards as non-state actors? You know, this precise landscape that the high-level group has produced, should governments also be expected to meet each of those 10 recommendations?
I think that's the same philosophy. Of course, the report has been really in relatively big details because of the necessity of providing formal regulation from the government to the, in particular to the business and the financial actors. The question of, because there was no accountability mechanism for real. On the case, so the Carbon Neutrality Coalition framework means the same, fulfills the same principles, but of course there is a particular role for government because they have to go in this plan to build the accountability supply chain. Je devrais parler en français. Forgot that. But and you speak French, Richard, or yeah, merci. So I have to switch in what language I am talking to. Donc les gouvernements dans ce programme.
Governments in this framework have to come up with the laws that we lack. There is a dimension companies and private finance institutions don't have. It's what makes them accountable. The parliaments have the governments accountable. The governments refer to their parliaments. It's the same applies to the voters. You are accountable towards people who elected you, even towards those who didn't vote for you. And I hope some steps are going to be done so that we assess, we recognize the fact that governments should be accountable towards their democratic structures. I think this is something we should create. There are citizen assemblies as well, the parliaments that should be highlighted from that point of view. That's a framework, but it takes stakeholders, it takes people and structures.
Absolutely key, and I think that this is This is one of the reasons why the Secretary General understood that if governments, parliaments and institutions should be accountable for what they say they are going to do, business, corporates or other stake players should be also transparent and credible for what they say they are going to do. So I think that the reason why this exercise kicked off was because of the capacity and the engagement of governments. And I think that it is very important to be very precise and to be very transparent and to build the public awareness and the credible information to explain why things are happening, because I think that we are going through a horrible period where nobody or whoever can say whatever, even if it is clearly a lie, even in public institutions, and apparently nothing is happening. So I think that responsible governments and responsible institutions need to be very clear, very precise, very transparent, and very outspoken. So to explain where the bottlenecks, difficulties, challenges, and can we face that, how we face that. And it's something that it is, well, there's no shortcuts in this exercise. But I think that there are some elements that do help a lot. As I say, being credible, and as I haven't said, but others have said, and it is part of the exercise, understand the distributional impact of this transformation. So paying always much attention to the side effects that can create additional gaps in terms of exclusion, in terms of poverty, in terms of lack of ability to go along the lines of the transformation. So social measures, participation, involvement, and redistributional measures are absolutely key. But yes, of course, governments and states, institutions should stick to these 10 big recommendations coming from the panel.
Oui, effectivement.
Yes, I think indeed there must be transparency also at the international level. We are a small country, but making efforts to report and to present our national reports on time, because I think that the transparency is made on the national level first, and that shows that we are rigorous and we are credible for our citizens. So there is a national transparency and international transparency. Not report, as we've been said, we're one of the only 10 countries who was presenting the report on time. So that should be done in case of everyone. Thank you. Maybe other questions from the audience? Forgive me, I didn't see you first. Thank you for introducing yourself. Hello, everyone. Jacob from Chad. Jacob from Chad. Thank you for the discussions and your presentations. I would like to ask you questions concerning the net zero to the perspective of 250. For me, it's an objective that is global. I don't know if you have seen in terms of percentage. Every 2 years you want to achieve a reduction of CO2 emission in a percentage, so it so to come to zero in 2050. The companies and the industry are growing very quickly, and this is how I reformulate this question. Thank you. I think we've heard some elements of answer made by a German colleague, saying when he said that when they established the national plan, they create trajectories that become a roadmap from the different sectors. I know that's this is what Portugal said, to show the evolution of the transformations, including physical, that they expect from the sector. So it's not a question of yearly percentage, but how much is invested every year in public policies. What we encourage and the 2050 Senate platform is we are encouraging the creation of such plans so everyone can participate. I'm talking about the communities, the society, so it's adapted to every sector. So it's not a work of mathematics, it's a work of sectoral engagement. I think there's still a lot to be done. Laurence? I can take the example of France, who's now finalizing this new strategy of decarbonation. We can see that to remain consistent with this engagement of 55% in 2030 and then net zero, we need at least to reduce our emissions by 4% yearly, because if we wait until 2049, it will never work. So we look at this and we are now to catch up the delay, because the annual reductions now are like 2.5% per year. We have to double it. But it's a good indicator of how we progress. It's also interesting for the companies, as we said earlier, because it's not like you may limit yourself to having a long-term objectives without knowing how to implement it. All the countries taking engagement in Glasgow to reduce by 45% at least their emissions by 2030. So the decrease year by year is also important.
Merci, Laurence.
Thank you, Laurence. Are there other questions? Yeah, hello, Romain Poivet from the World Benchmarking Alliance and the Benchmark Initiative. It is highly important to get this bridge built between the country's objectives. That's crystal clear. But how then to translate those into trajectories, into pathways, into roadmaps for the companies to know them, use them and follow them, to know what level of indicators you mean, what kind of investments you need in order to decarbonize, and what consequences that might have on the demand. If I may quote the works that have been realized by the ADEME around the sectoral change plans. There is the strategy, the low carbon French strategy, which requires and is going to require huge investments from the various industries, and that will require the public powers to put in place the right levels of financial support so that the companies can implement that kind of investment. So the question is at which level this strategy can base upon the right experience report so that national pathways are translated into practice at the level inside companies.
Very general comments that I think that apply to all our countries. It's true that as governments we have the need to have the overall view on how to promote the full decarbonization of the economy, and this implies a sophisticated understanding on how the technologies can evolve sector by sector, and it is easier in the energy sector than in many industrial sectors. And there may be some question marks that are still not sufficiently precise. The longest we go, the farthest we go, the most difficult it is to identify to precise. I think that this exercise at the sectoral level requires some technical understanding and trajectories sector by sector, and there have been some very interesting exercise being developed in the international context or in the context of the business communities, but also a very candid conversation with the sectors, understanding how they foresee the different timeframes and the different combinations of measures. On the side of the governments, I think that regulation is key. On the side of the financial aspects and the investors, I think that the demand still being in many cases a voluntary demand. There is no compulsory regulation stating how they should work or how it could impact their financial assessment. But the investors do take into consideration what is the strategy to phase out or to change, to shift the way they produce or the way they are transparent from different perspectives, so the different levels of transparency and demand to suppliers and so on. It is not a perfect exercise, but I think that we still need to combine all these elements. And in some occasions there can be some tax breaks, or there can be some public support under certain circumstances, of course respecting the state aid rules and so on. But I think that the exercise, when being promoted in the right time horizon, can be accessible. And the conversation between the different players, private and public, when trying to identify how this can be made, can be accessible. And the big share of greenhouse gas emissions related to energy production and consumption is a very important step forward that can facilitate what it can later. So probably the industrial emissions or the agricultural emissions are the hardest to be abated. But there is much room to keep on going while learning how to provide the perfect, the most suitable answers to the other processes. But as I said, even in the industrial context, the conversation is pretty advanced. We see that the expectations on hydrogen are very strong, that the expectations on the use of other renewable gases are very accessible already, and the expectations of some industrial emissions still need to be solved somehow. But this is part of the exercise that is reflected in the national long-term decarbonization and long-term net zero strategy. So ongoing.
And in a way, so this innovation reaches the small companies. Very often big companies, for them it's difficult. It's easy to transform. We who are from the world of small companies, we realize that support of the state, and a strong one, is necessary to decarbonate. This at the level of the local level. Thank you. I wanted to say that even in the framework that is present here does not answer all the questions. There are some elements on the innovation and sectoral transformations that can guide the companies in this framework. Of course, there are savings, big savings that are here. The question is, are the incentives present to encourage these investments at the right pace? Maybe to conclude this subject, I just wanted to see to which extent you think that other actors could do these actions. Let's see closer what the respective countries do. They all communicate the long-term strategies, the local strategies, but we trust what the countries do. But sometimes some countries submit documents, but the implementation is slightly late. So there may be an instrument that the others may use in order to see what the other countries do. Do you think there's something we should encourage? I think it's difficult, but could you react to this? Yes, I'm not responsible for anything, so I can do it. I think we've seen in Glasgow, and now we've seen clearly in a great scale after the publication of this report, that this problem of truth and seriousness has become central. First of all, because we don't understand all the announcements anymore, and at the same time the world emissions are still growing. Slower, that's for sure, but they still not. They are still growing. So all these forms of like big oil companies, I have several in my head. They say they declare that they are carbon neutral. Well, clearly it's not true. So we need truth. I think that this truth is difficult. It's difficult to know what is really going on. There's many actions, as Teresa Silvia said. It concerns lots of sectors. There are financial measures, there's regulation measures, financial measures, which includes standards, technical standards and others. It's difficult to understand what that means. It's an analysis grid of what you have already done up till now. I think that especially for the civil society, the media and the NGOs, we need some standardized way of analyzing it. And that has to be validated at international level, because otherwise we can say, well, I'm doing it because I'm doing it my way. I think that between this report that has been published and to which the reactions were mainly good, there was just a few negative ones. So that proves that it's not only talking nice words, that it provokes reaction. I have something that makes me slightly optimistic. Everyone is asking himself, what do these engagements actually mean? What do we have to do? We've done a long way. Today, it's not enough to say, I engaged in net zero. That this is over. At the same time, at the same moment, someone is there. So how are you going to do it? How are you going to reduce? By how much are you going to reduce your emissions next year? We need to really maintain this level. I think it's the best thing we can do. The objectives were mainly accepted. So in that meaning, the Paris Agreement works. And if we keep insisting, it will work better. We need to have compatible international frameworks.
Maybe you have to. Puis après, il faut qu'on clôture.
Thank you for this presentation. My name is Thomas Hale. I'm a professor at the University of Oxford. It's wonderful to see the climate neutrality framework put out a clear idea of what good net zero could look like for countries, matching, as you said, Deputy Prime Minister, what good net zero should look like for non-state actors. And indeed, we have this clarity now, and we have, through tools like the net zero tracker that Richard mentioned, a way to see that comparatively. But I'm also curious what the panel thinks about the role of the international process in helping to us now move forward on this good version of net zero. We heard that the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, Simon Steele, say he would like to be the chief accountability person for this process going forward. So Laurence, building on what you were saying, is there a way to use this process to enhance the ability of accountability, to have the truth, as you say, a bit more front and center, and to build on this framework?
Alors,
well, I think, dear Thomas, we need this framework. We need this frame when it comes to long-term strategies, which were quite hard to put in the Paris Agreement. Just like the net zero, we didn't elaborate. It wasn't as smooth and easy. I mean, it was not easier, but it was different from the NDCs. The NDCs were difficult as well. The work has to be done now, which is why I consider hugely important to take a closer look at the verification chain, engaging all the levels, the subnational levels, the regional ones, and more as possible as much as it gets to engage the citizens, which is something we haven't done for now within the climate convention system. Which would Simon wants to remain the accountability chief? Well, it's not within the logic of the discussions between governments, but take a look at what's happening here. There are negotiations ongoing, the perimeter of which is getting more and more narrow, while the importance of the emergency keeps raising and growing. So that's quite paradoxical. That's my opinion.
In the air for a while is now that we have the development of this framework to ensure a proper governance at the international scale, with a clear understanding on how we combine different levels of action to ensure the achievement of the Paris agreements. What is the role of a body that has been the platform where we try to agree on the rules? So probably the need to work on how we agree on the rules is less necessary than it used to be. And what it is necessary right now is how we ensure that things happen and how we can facilitate additional action or improvements and updates of the way we are acting. And it's true that this implies a deep transformation of the role of the UNFCCC Secretariat and the skills that need to be put in place. This is not anymore just a place to negotiate rules. I'm saying differently from Laurence, but the message may be more or less the same. But a place where the people meet, so to learn and eventually to accelerate or
accélérer ou éventuellement dire ce qu'ils font. Qu'ils font ce qu'ils ne font, qu'ils disent, ou qu'ils disent ce qu'ils ne font pas. L'important de compter sur un endroit qui est viable, pour qu'on se fasse confiance, qu'on voit les progrès, les objectifs de progrès. Ça, c'est une décision des parties, en fait. Donc, c'est elles qui doivent adopter le mandat. Le secrétaire général de l'ONU l'a endorsé et la présentation sur cette plateforme qui montre le progrès, comment ça s'améliore. I'm afraid we're going to have to finish the framework that we've launched. You can read in the QR code here. It's not only supported by the PACE who are present here, by the countries who are present here. Austria, Fiji, France, Germany, Iceland, Ireland, Japan, Holland, Spain, and the UK, at least at this state, have endorsed this framework, and we hope that the other countries also do it, and we encourage you to join this framework and to test the credibility of their engagement. I would like to give the floor to Laurence to conclude. No, okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much for being with us, and please follow the activities of Carbon Neutrality Coalition.
Et merci au pavillon français.
And thank you very much to the French Pavilion for the event.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the busiest thoroughfare pavilion I think I've seen at COP27. I'm pleased to be your moderator today. My name is Mark Nelson. I'm based in Chicago, Illinois. It's a little corner of America that's basically like France, 80% nuclear electricity. The conversation today is going to be really interesting, and we have some exciting guests. I've just conversed with them, and I think you will enjoy the presentation. I wanted to thank France for hosting the event, and I wanted to thank SFEN, the French Nuclear Energy Society, for putting this event together today in partnership with several other organizations who I will be presenting to you shortly. So we have two panels for you, two 30-minute panels. The first 30-minute panel is going to be on the role of nuclear in decarbonization. If you're in Britain, that's the role of nuclear in net zero. And then the second panel, which I'll introduce half past the hour, is going to be on the role of nuclear energy in hydrogen production. So for our first panel, we have three fascinating speakers. The first, we have Deanne Cameron, who is the head of Nuclear Technology Development and Economics at the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency. Next, we have Wei Huang, who is the Director of Energy Planning and Information at the International Atomic Energy Agency. If you have not seen the International Atomic Energy Agency's booth over across the way, it is fantastic. Look for the enormous atom symbol. I'm being told that it's that way. I still haven't gotten my orientation. I'm a nuclear engineer, you can trust me. So, and then finally, we have Pablo Javier-Koch, who is the head of Renewable Integration and Secure Electricity at the International Energy Agency. So what I thought I would do is have each of the speakers come up and give a few notes, and then when they come back to the chairs, we're going to have an exciting and spicy conversation, untangling the questions you probably really want to ask them, but maybe are too polite to do so. So without any... But we will also have Michelle, please come up and introduce the pavilion and the event.
Merci beaucoup, ça va être assez rapide. Donc je m'appelle Michael Thierry, je suis...
My name is, it's going to be quick. I am the chief of the department of the fight against the greenhouse effect in our direction. I wanted to thank you for this panel about the nuclear and hydrogen. I just wanted to give you a short introduction on the context, present context of the present decarbonization in France. France is committed to achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, but our residual carbon budget is now counted. By 2030 we have to accelerate the acceleration of decarbonization, which goes through to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030. It's an engagement of net emission. In gross, it's 50%. You know, it's in perfect coherence, consistence with the European engagements. For the France, the decarbonization of economy goes through changing our production modes. It's about switching to something else when it comes to fossil energy in our energy mix. The consumption now is dominated by 63% by the gas, the coal, less coal, but the gas and petrol and oil. And finally, the priority to develop the low carbon energies. And I would like to add that in terms of demand, there is a strong will to go to electrification of economy sectors. It goes through mobility, electric mobility, but also in building the transition of our heating devices into heat pumps, which will grow the need for electricity in France, including the mobility of the industry that will have to use hydrogen. To organize this strategy, France has two important tools. The programmation and the national strategy low carbon defined in 2020 to define a proper approach by carbon budget. This is in context in the ecological planification managed by our Prime Minister. The construction of our strategy is being placed at the heart of our challenges. I will just talk about two important sectors. In the nuclear sectors, we have a report that we received from the French operator called RTE, which says that to attain our objective in terms of the economy relevance, but also industrially speaking, we need to find a balance between the nuclear and the renewable energies, which led the president of our country to make important declarations with a key stage in 2035, the existing and the new nuclear. Very important announcement have been made around the development of the SMR atomic generators, which seems to be the key for this thing. I just wanted to add that in the framework of the in the context to develop our industry, with development of nuclear, things are developed towards the solutions of there's a second tender, and in the hydrogen we put the emphasis on first help things that have been done in the context of in this area. We are doing lots of efforts in our French economy. Thank you.
And now presenting Deanne Cameron from who's the head of nuclear technology development at the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency. Deanne?
Thank you so much. Je vais commencer par un grand.
I would like to thank the French Pavilion and to thank you for inviting me to share elements about the role of decarbonation and the role that can be played by nuclear energy. Many thanks to French government.
A huge congratulations to the government of France for its very ambitious but also very practical announcements about the role of nuclear, ambitious announcements for nuclear new builds, investments in small modular reactors, and for hosting events and discussions like this one at the Pavilion at COP27. My role today, I've been invited to do a little scene setting, so set the stage with some context, to explain a little bit from the Nuclear Energy Agency our perspective on the role of nuclear energy in pathways to net zero, talk a little bit about opportunities and challenges, and share with you some of the policy recommendations that flow from our work. So starting with a bit of context, I won't dwell here on this item. No one here needs reminders of the magnitude of the challenge. Should not be underestimated. The world is simply not on track to meet the 1.5 and possibly not even on track to meet the 2-degree scenarios. Our carbon budget is extremely limited. We have less than 8 years remaining if we continue to emit carbon at current levels. Action is needed on a massive scale and urgently. So with that as sort of the backdrop that motivates us all here at COP27, I'd like to talk about pathways to net zero. And I'd like to start by acknowledging that there are many organizations that do energy modeling, electricity modeling, and have published pathways to show us how we can get from where the world is today to where we want to be in 2050, which is net zero. And when we start to take a look at those pathways, they have been reviewed by the IPCC, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. We have also reviewed them at the Nuclear Energy Agency. 90 pathways for the 1.5 degree scenario and another 200 for the 2 degree scenario. Couple of things that we need to conclude from this analysis. One is the fact that there are so many published pathways does not mean that this is an easy transition. It actually doesn't mean that we have so many ways of getting from here to there. These pathways are all fraught with challenges, and in fact, increasingly, we know that the path to net zero is a narrow path, to quote the IEA. And when we start to look at these published pathways, we've just put a selection of them on the board for your reference. Some of them have incredibly aspirational objectives. You can see Bloomberg New Energy Finance is calling for a 4,000% increase in deployed wind, 3,000% increase in deployed solar. Some of these pathways have truly aspirational projections. CCUS in the IEA net zero scenario goes from almost no installed capacity today to 7.5 gigatons of carbon dioxide being extracted from the atmosphere in the next 30 years. It is really important to have these aspirational scenarios out there. They get the imagination flowing, they challenge us, they call on us to focus investments in the areas that we need them. But we should all be aware that these are aspirational pathways. They will not be easy to achieve. Another key item to conclude out of the analysis and the review of these pathways is that most of these pathways include at least a doubling of global installed nuclear capacity. In fact, the average role for nuclear across the 90 pathways for the 1.5 degrees is a tripling, 3 times current installed capacity, which is about 400 gigatons, 400 gigawatts electric around the world, growing to over 1,200 gigawatts electric by 2050. Having said that, what's interesting about that is that while some of the pathways are aspirational in the extent of deployment of nuclear, none of them, and I mean literally none of them, include any aspirations for nuclear innovation. All of these pathways depend exclusively on nuclear technologies that are already proven, already deployed. That's both a good thing and a bad thing. It means that the nuclear sector, while it is a big task to triple global installed nuclear capacity, we are being called upon by these pathways to triple based on proven technologies. But wait a minute, what about hydrogen and CCUS? Why are these pathways calling for aspirational innovation, deployment of new technologies that are not yet proven, but no one is looking to nuclear in these pathways for new solutions, new innovations? That's a problem. It's also an opportunity. It's a gap in the conversation, and we need to step into that space as the nuclear sector to share the stories of what is possible. What does the nuclear innovation pipeline look like? What types of Generation 4 and small modular reactor technologies? What types of nuclear technologies could be used to produce hydrogen? What are the innovations? So it's a gap in the conversation, but we have a lot to offer. Those of us who work in nuclear know that nuclear can and must do more than it is doing today. So having said that, let's talk about what nuclear can do and what it must do to triple or more by 2050. The role of nuclear, we think of it in 4 ways. Long-term operations of the existing fleet. This is more important today than it was a year ago. It is the lowest cost option to maintain security of energy supply, is the refurbishment, the maintenance, and the long-term operation of existing viable nuclear assets around the world today. Number 2, large-scale new builds. 50 projects are already under construction around the world and another 100 are planned. We can and we should do more. There's a lot of excitement about small modular reactors. I am one of the biggest, most excited advocates of innovation in small modular reactors, But large-scale new build is going to be needed around the world. It's not one or the other. It is all of the pieces of the nuclear puzzle. We have to bring them all to the table. The third role is innovative small modular reactors, including Generation 4 reactor technologies, and all of these for both power but also heat and hydrogen applications. So when we talk about the role of nuclear, it's not one role, it's a range of roles and a range of technologies. In terms of the applications where nuclear can play a role, this is just a few of them. There's actually more, but just to get the imagination going, a first priority should be the replacement of coal for on-grid, non-emitting power generation. Replacing coal around the world. There's 2 terawatts of coal that needs to be replaced. Not all of that can be replaced with nuclear. We have to now start understanding what part of that 2 terawatt theoretical market is an accessible market for nuclear. Where do the regulatory pathways exist? Where do the economics make sense? Where do the business models, where does the supply chain exist? So as a nuclear sector, we need to step into that. Diesel replacement, replacing diesel on-grid, off-grid, for remote communities, remote island states, and remote mining. Marine merchant shipping. This is an interesting one because beyond decarbonization of electricity, there are some other hard-to-abate sectors that are actually going to be even more challenging, and one of them is marine merchant shipping. Right now, they burn bunker fuel. If you don't know what bunker fuel is, it's even more emitting than diesel. Huge challenge. Heat and hydrogen, industrial heat, and the production of synthetic fuels. These are all places where nuclear can play a role. And thankfully, there's a pipeline of innovation, especially in small modular reactors and Generation 4 technologies. This scatter plot shows you just a few of them. There are even other technologies, but it was just illustrative to give you a sense of the types of things that are under development. So when you hear someone talk about a small modular reactor, it's not one thing. It's actually a range of technologies. You can see a range of sizes along the horizontal from as small as 1 megawatt electric, which is almost like a nuclear battery for deployment perhaps in an emergency zone after a hurricane, or maybe this is for a mine site. So very small, all the way up to and exceeding 300 megawatts electric, which is particularly convenient size for replacing coal on grid. But also a range of temperatures. Light water SMRs producing sort of in that 285 degrees Celsius range, really good for certain applications, but as they get higher temperatures, some of the Generation 4 advanced reactors, you can see we've shown you with the colored lines what the temperature requirements are for some of the most difficult to abate sectors out there. Chemicals production, steam methane reforming, ammonia production, aluminum, soda ash, and so on. So it's not one SMR solves everybody's problem. It's a bunch of different SMRs of different sizes and different temperatures for very specific, hard-to-abate applications. Lastly, I want to share with you the results of our own analysis. How can nuclear achieve this goal of tripling by 2050? That's the green line across the top. That's our target, reaching almost 1,200 gigawatts of global installed nuclear capacity by 2050. Well, it's a combination. In blue, you can see the potential for long-term operation to fill that gap. In blue stripes, the difference between blue and blue stripes. Blue is the long-term operations that are planned today, already. Blue stripes is what we could do more of. So if we made additional decisions around long-term operations, we have the potential to displace even more carbon. Solid orange are the 50 reactors that are planned for construction today. Striped orange are the additional 100 that are under consideration. If we build them, we can displace even more carbon. And yellow, solid yellow is a modest aspiration for small modular reactors, and striped yellow is if we start to deploy SMRs into that range of heat and hydrogen and off-grid applications, we could reach that maximum. The most important thing to note here is, and we're showing you the same shape but in different colors. Solid blue, planned LTO. Solid orange, planned new builds. There's a gap. The gray is the gap, the global installed nuclear capacity gap. Because while we think it is possible to triple by 2050, we are not currently planning projects that will allow us to triple by 2050. So the gray gap can only be closed if policy decisions, private sector decisions, financing decisions are taken. we decide to close the gap. Now you see that the gap in global installed nuclear capacity doesn't really become apparent until 2035 and so on, but because of the timelines for nuclear energy, there is an urgency to make those decisions now, to change those plans now, or else we'll never get there. And I think I'm actually going to leave it there, and through the conversation, because I feel like I have so much passion for this topic, I've probably gone over time, and maybe through the conversation we can tease out some of the challenges and recommendations for action.
I think we can. Thank you, Diane. And without further ado, Wei, if you...
Merci Diane. Maintenant, des remarques peut-être? Merci beaucoup. Premièrement, j'aimerais remercier le pavillon français pour l'invitation faite à l'agence à ce panel pour parler du rôle du nucléaire. Et au modérateur pour cette publicité, pour notre activité. C'est ce qu'on voudrait ici aussi. J'espère que plus de gens encore viendront écouter des informations concrètes. Même si mes collègues m'ont demandé de faire de la publicité extra ici. Mais sinon, j'espère que vous pourrez les inviter aussi. Bon. On a eu un très bon contexte par an. Je vois que le problème essentiel, c'est comment on peut atteindre, relâcher le potentiel du nucléaire, comment on peut atteindre les objectifs. On n'est pas une organisation qui fait de la promotion. On fait du soutien technique à nos pays membres. 103 pays quand même. Nous fournissons notre soutien dans des aspects différents. C'est très large, du plan de la planification énergétique. C'est mon département qui s'en occupe parce que c'est critique. Chaque pays doit créer des choses, une politique qui base sur la science, qui permet de faire des décisions. C'est critique. Lorsque les pays réfléchissent comment arriver à la transition net zéro, il y a des sources. Le nucléaire, bien sûr, est l'une des solutions à bas carbone. C'est ça qui aide le pays à atteindre l'objectif. Mais les défis doivent aussi être adressés. Tout ça, les déchets nucléaires et les finances. On est dans le secteur depuis de longues années, mais il faut toujours contacter le public, entrer en contact avec le public et leur parler des défis et des bons et des mauvais côtés. Mais le nucléaire peut être bon non seulement pour le secteur de l'énergie électrique, mais peut être les secteurs de l'industrie beaucoup plus largement. Pour la chaleur, la désalinisation, et pour l'hydrogène évidemment. Bon, pendant la deuxième session, on parlera de ça. Mais ça a aussi des bénéfices sociaux qui viennent du secteur nucléaire. Emploi, croissance. Mais comment pouvons-nous ouvrir ce potentiel? C'est là que notre agence travaille. La semaine passée, déjà, à la COP, notre ami a déclaré que c'est l'atome net zéro, c'est une initiative. Il s'agit de la chose suivante, c'est pas seulement parler de l'électricité bas carbone. Nous voulons adresser ces choses, pour essayer de quantifier de manière à ce que les chiffres montrent que le nucléaire peut contribuer à l'activité d'autres secteurs, chose qui n'a jamais été faite dans le passé. Parce qu'on en est venu à une meilleure compréhension de la contribution possible de l'énergie nucléaire à l'économie mondiale et l'économie des États. Donc nous voulons faire des efforts supplémentaires en travaillant avec nos partenaires pour montrer quel est le potentiel du nucléaire, comment il peut contribuer au secteur de l'énergie, entre autres. Bon, pour l'énergie, c'est clair. Il n'y a pas d'argument pour me contrarier. Mais le bas carbone, c'est un sujet très important. Mais il y a aussi des choses concernant le technique purement. Par exemple, cette approche par pierre millière. Comme j'ai dit, notre agence n'est pas là pour promouvoir, mais on peut fournir des services pour assurer aux pays opérateurs pour qu'ils puissent bien se préparer et pour continuer les questions relatives au nucléaire, pour la pleine préparation où tous les problèmes puissent être adressés de manière appropriée, de manière à ce que ce soit durable. C'est notre objectif et notre agence va continuer à le faire. Et je m'arrête là.
We have Pablo, who is going to talk a little bit about the economics of nuclear for decarbonization. Pablo?
Yes, I have a couple of slides which I imagine are here after this presentation. Oh, am I going the other way? Sorry. There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here at the French Pavilion. And I'm going to provide also a bit of a scene setting, maybe from a bit of a complementary perspective as Diane did. Very interesting comments. And I think that, same as the previous speaker, I would like to put a bit into scene who we are. And the International Energy Agency is an organization that indeed does not promote any particular kind of energy, but we really have an all fuels kind of approach and a very broad view in terms of what do we find is the most feasible and reasonable way to move ahead, and what are the different pathways that governments and citizens can choose as they decarbonize their power systems. And once again, I'm going the wrong direction, I'm sorry. There we go. What we see is something that is very clear today. First of all, that the future is electric, and that really electricity is going to be one of the pillars of decarbonization. It's going to be the first mover for decarbonizing society, and through electrification, the decarbonization of the power sector can really have a big leverage on other sectors. And that means that we're going to need really high amounts of increasing capacity additions for low emissions. And you can see that we expect to have over 1,100 gigawatts of new low emissions capacity every year on the path to 2050. Now, one important thing to note, which I think a lot of people that are not in the nuclear field do not know, is that nuclear today is the second largest low emissions energy source today. It's above wind, it's above solar in terms of energy generated. Only hydro is really above it in terms of generation. And that shows that really nuclear power is a significant source of low emissions electricity, and that it has a role to play on the path towards decarbonization by 2050. Now, how? In our report in the net zero emission scenario, we look at which kind of capacity increases do we need, divided by different kinds of economies, which is something I'm going to mention a bit later, to achieve our net zero emission scenario. And what we see is that we need to double, and a bit more than double, the capacity of nuclear on 2050. And this requires, of course, efforts from the industry, and it requires an effort from the governments that are interested in following this path. Now, we often talk a lot about energy, but the reality is that if electricity is going to be the future, we need to also think which things beyond energy can be provided by the different technologies. And this is one of the areas that really highlight the key role that nuclear energy can play on the transition of our power systems. As we move towards higher levels of renewable energy, and particularly variable renewables like wind and solar, we will see that even though these technologies can provide energy, they're not able to provide all of the services that our power systems require. And nuclear power is really one of the technologies that can provide a significant role by providing not only energy, but also inertia, ramping flexibility, and adequacy. And in this sense, it's a key thing to consider when we're looking at the power system evolution. Not just energy, but the other things that come hand in hand, but are often forgotten in the public discussion. Now, if we want nuclear to have a significant role in electricity, and therefore we want to double the capacities, there needs to be a step up in investments in nuclear power. And what we can see is that capital investment in nuclear power needs to grow 3 times over the next decade on the path to net zero. And this means also activities across all markets, particularly in China, as you will see, and other emerging market and developing economies. Now, can we achieve can we achieve net zero emissions by 2050 without nuclear? And as Diane mentioned, we can talk about how narrow the paths are, and today the path is already quite narrow. If we were to choose not to utilize nuclear power, we would put ourselves into a path that is still achievable, but definitely more expensive and definitely more narrow, more tight. And that means that
if we decide not to step up nuclear construction, if we decide not to extend lifetimes, we will be looking at around $20 billion per year, not to say an increased supply chain disruption in terms of the needs for critical minerals. Now, what have we seen recently is that the market leadership has been shifting, and the reality is that advanced economies have not kept up to the level that new emerging economies have in terms of developing nuclear technology and implementing it. And of the 31 reactors that began construction since 2017, all but 4 are either Russian or Chinese design. And this indicates a significant shift in terms of the decisions taken by advanced economies. So I will maybe not show you the conclusions too much, as I heard that maybe the discussion will be the more interesting, so I'll stop it there, and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pablo. So I hope everybody took careful notes. There will be a quiz instead of questions from the audience at the end. So all 3 of you are part of international organizations where many people from many countries all work as one in head offices in Vienna or in Paris. But I wanted to ask you some questions that are special to the countries that you come from, because they're some of the most common questions that I hear about nuclear's role in decarbonization. And let me motivate this with a little story. When I was a little student just learning about clean energy for the first time, I heard an interesting presentation at Cambridge University where economists came together and they talked about the energy trilemma, the fact that you want energy that is clean, you want energy that is cheap, and that you want energy that is secure and reliable. So choose your favorite of 2 because you'll never have all 3. And I was very confused because I had just learned about France, which in about 20 years had approximately, tripled its electricity supply while decarbonizing it. So tripling the electricity supply while decarbonizing it and having some of the cheapest power in Europe. That sounded to me like clean, cheap, secure. So I asked the economists and I said, well, what about France? Haven't they solved this impossible problem? And the economist came up to me afterward and one of them said, you can't use France as an example of decarbonizing with nuclear. And I said, but they did, didn't they? And he said, well, yes, but they weren't trying to decarbonize. They just didn't have any fossil fuels. So we have to ask, what is decarbonization really? So I wanted to bring my first question to you, Diane, who's from Canada. Canada is one of the great hydropower nations on planet Earth. Why does Canada even need nuclear if you've got so much hydro? What would you say is your argument for why nuclear either works with hydro or is better than hydro?
Thank you for the question. So that's right, I do come from Canada. I joined the Nuclear Energy Agency about 1.5 years ago. I previously worked for the federal government of Canada, leading nuclear policy there. So I'm not speaking on behalf of the government of Canada today, but I can talk about, yes, different countries are blessed with different types of resource endowments. And so the solution that works in one country is not necessarily the solution for another country. Each country has to do its own systems level thinking, analysis based on its own regional endowments. But even a country like Canada that is blessed with enormous hydro potential, Canada is also a very large, physically large, geographically diverse country, and there isn't hydro potential in every part of the country. So when you look at the Canadian map, it really looks like 9 to 13 different mini regions, and some of those regions, like the province of Quebec and the province of British Columbia, currently have electricity that is more than 90% decarbonized and is based entirely on hydro. And in those jurisdictions, nuclear and SMRs are not necessarily economically competitive, and they're not necessarily needed. But there are other parts of the country. The north is 100% reliant on diesel. The north of Canada, the 3 territories in the north, these are off-grid. There's a lot of similarities between the north of Canada and some of the developing country contexts where there's energy poverty or there's dependency on very high cost diesel. Now, obviously, in the Canadian context, those communities exist within a broader developed economy and developed nation, but there are some logistical challenges and there are some energy poverty challenges that are very similar to other parts of the world. And so SMRs might be very interesting to some of those communities to get off of high cost diesel, which is the motivation in the north. They feel the impacts of climate more than they contribute to climate change. Even though diesel is very emitting, we're talking about pretty small communities, so their contribution to climate change is not significant, but they feel the impacts. What's more important for them is energy security, but also local air pollution. So diesel is noisy and it emits particulates into the community. And so SMRs are interesting because of the costs, the security, and also the local environmental impacts. And then you have other areas in Canada. Saskatchewan right now is mostly coal and natural gas. And so their pathways to decarbonization, it's actually a really interesting case study. The province of Saskatchewan, for those of you who don't know, is a rectangular province kind of right in the middle. And their next door neighbor has a lot of hydro, but they themselves have very high, it's a flat province, so really pretty good solar for a Canadian context and really good wind, because the wind really blows across the prairies. So they have 4 gigawatts of fossil that they need to phase out, and they need to do that within the next 10 years or so. They think they can build 1 intertie to bring some hydro from neighboring Manitoba, but you cannot replace 4 gigawatts by importing hydropower from a neighboring province. You put too many people out of work. So you lose too many jobs from coal and gas if you import all of your electricity from next door. So they figure from an economics perspective and a community development perspective and a jobs perspective, maybe 1 gigawatt from an intertie to neighboring Manitoba. Okay, great. Now we've got high quality endowments for wind and solar, but the wind doesn't always shine, the wind doesn't always shine. The sun doesn't always shine, the wind doesn't always blow. So you can introduce maybe a maximum of 1 gigawatt of wind and solar while maintaining the stability of your grid. You still have a 2 gigawatt gap. And that 2 gigawatt gap, they've decided the most sensible, economic, practical way to solve that gap is with SMRs. So in different parts of the country, even though it's one country, it's like looking at different grids around the world. You have to look at the regional endowments.
Thank you very much, Diane. And you mentioned something about the sun. So I'll go to you way next, but I wanted to go to Pablo. You're from Argentina. Now, if you all know the shape of Argentina, it is extremely long and skinny. I mean, it's not like Chile, but who is, right? So Argentina is, what, how many kilometers up and down? Thousands? Okay, a truly long vertical country. Does this present issues for Argentina's use of solar energy?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very interesting question, and I think that people will need to remember that the maps that normally we look at are a bit distorted, because really the scale of the geography of South America is something that is forgotten. And you may know that Argentina does have nuclear, and a bit as a counterpoint, is actually a country that does have fossil fuels as well, and has significant amounts of fossil fuels over the last decades. But nonetheless, they decided to also develop nuclear. One question is, of course, the geography, and people that are a bit into the electricity system know that Argentina suffers from transmission grid constraints, and that means that once again, in the same case as in Canada, you cannot look at Argentina as one monolithic country, but it's more like a collection of provinces, many of which are the size of European member states. And that means that there's a lot of regionality in terms of the resources that one has access. Some of Latin America's biggest hydropower reservoirs are in the northeast, some of the highest potential wind resources are on the south, lots of sun on the middle and in the north, and you also have a very unequal distribution of demand centers. So all of these things have to come into play when you decide how to develop your power system. Now there's one issue that has not been mentioned too much on the presentations, and that has to do with the investment costs. And I believe this is where we can do a bit of work, because in countries like Argentina, financing and investment costs have been a blocker for further developing nuclear power. And that means that the cost per megawatt hour, the cost per kilowatt, has to be reduced if we really want to see the revival of nuclear that we've seen. And this is a place where, of course, industry can play its role, but also where governments can play a role if they decide to go into a nuclear path. From our estimates, we are looking at a reduction from today, roughly speaking, now $9,000 per kilowatt installed. We will expect to see a reduction at least below $5,000 if we are to achieve the expansions that we need for 2050 at a global scale. And if we're looking at even further than that, then of course this needs to go hand in hand with investment and financing support, where both have a role to play.
Thanks, Pablo. So what we're hearing a little bit is that the geography and the shape of countries matter. The distribution of their cities matter, and that these change which energy sources are practical or not, and that when you see the price of an energy source, it's typically not specified that that's the price of the energy source in this part of a dry province of Canada, or it's in this end of Argentina rather than that end, and further rather than closer to cities. So I think that's, if there's a takeaway we've gotten already today about nuclear's role in decarbonization, is that the shape of your country matters. You must be aware of the shape of your country and the distribution of your population before understanding which energy sources have advantages and disadvantages for you. So I want to bring this to Wei, and I want to say that whenever we see headlines about incredible growth of wind and solar energy, sometimes it's not mentioned that a lot of those numbers can be coming from China each year. So people come to me and they say, Mark, why are you even talking about nuclear? It's the past. You can see from this graph that this amount of renewables is installed each year in China. But China is the world's biggest builder of nuclear energy. I would love for you to help us understand, how is it that China, which is so successful at dominating the world tables of wind and solar, tell us a little bit about why China has chosen to become the world's biggest builder of nuclear plants.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think actually you put me in a very dangerous position, because as an international organization staff, we are allowed to do two things. First, we should not assess our country about their policy. Second, we should not say in a personal capacity, because that is. But today, our director of public communication is there, Socie. Can I ask some kind of exceptional to take a Chatham House role, so then I can say something will not be taken accountable for what I said, because the moderator asked me to say something. Okay, so I try to do this one because China actually is doing quite great in terms of the capacity of the renewable in the past years. They're already much larger than the nuclear. Even nuclear is also growing. So for sure, that's the progress. But we have to take a look at the China, the economy is such big economy and heavily relying on the fossil fuels still. So they have to find a way to decarbonize that part. Only relying on renewable is very difficult. First, the geographic distribution of the resources of renewable is very, very special. China is most of the renewable is on the west part. So, and most of the economic area is on the east coastline. And you can see the distribution of nuclear power plants. They're all along the coastline for different reasons. They need the water for cooling, but also they need close to the economic zone. So that's why, in order to support the economic development, China choose to have the nuclear to quickly, resolve this energy security and supply, and also help to reduce the carbon emission. But renewable is still growing, but they need additional investment in the past. China has done a lot, building a lot of high voltage transmission line, but it's still not enough to transfer all the capacity from west to the east. And that's why you see in the past a lot of abandoned capacity in the west in terms of the renewable capacity. So that's the situation China is faced. Only a good thing that China has a very clear long-term energy policy. It's very stable, so they have a clear vision how they're going to diverse the energy mix to make sure each part will play their role in their net zero commitment, which is about 2060. So that is the situation in China. So both renewable and nuclear energy can complement each other to support the Chinese decarbonization process. That's all I can share.
Thank you very much for that generous answer. And now I will say that each of you are part of international organizations again, and I want to ask you a question, one last question before we switch over to our hydrogen panel, about the way your organization is pursuing these subjects. So the first question will go to Pablo. You are at the International Energy Agency, and because much of the, you might say, much of the action in the news and in the progress in clean energy in recent years has been the rapid change of installation of renewable energies, it sometimes feels as if IEA is not talking about nuclear in the same context as wind and solar as clean energy. But something interesting happened just this year. You've just released your big, imperious document, this thick book, the International Energy Outlook, right? The World Energy Outlook for 2022. And something was interesting. We saw a sudden wave of new national, not your opinion, national commitments that were reported to you about nuclear energy. Could you mention a few words about the way IEA has seen a change in attitude in nuclear in the last year?
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's a big book, but it's also available electronically. That makes it a bit easier to read. So what we've seen is that the discussions are being colored by broader issues now. Of course, the question of energy security is at the forefront of a lot of discussions, and that means that we're looking at ways where we can find technologies that can support decarbonization, that can support energy security in a combined manner. In the case of Europe, for example, we've seen that nuclear has supported the current situation produced by the war of Russia and Ukraine, and from that perspective, different aspects of nuclear are being seen. Now, in terms of the projections of how this will evolve, we have to look at basically from all of the decision spaces that we have and all the technologies that we can implement, which ones do we see, first of all, a political drive to achieve, and which ones have the technical feasibilities, and which ones seem to have the economic feasibility. And from this perspective, of course, it seems that there's a lot of discussion to be had, and I think it will be very interesting to hear which kind of data and examples can be supported, because I believe that the technical aspect of nuclear is very clear. We know what nuclear technologies can do. Now we just need to see how do they fit into the plans of the governments that decide to pursue these technologies, where the citizens decide that this is the path that they want to take, and how can we prove and show that this is maybe a more cost-efficient pathway, if such is the case, versus alternative technologies that are also different stages of maturity.
Great answer. Thank you, Pablo. Wei, you are Director of Energy Planning at the International Atomic Energy Agency. Now, I haven't been to many COP conferences, but it's an extraordinary thing to walk in this hallway and see a colossal atom symbol right there out in the hallway. It's a completely new presence. Now, I know that you've worked hard on that, but I have to ask, since we saw in the presentations that nuclear has been for decades one of not only the largest energy sources in the world, but absolutely one of the largest zero carbon energy sources in the world, why are we just now seeing a giant IAEA pavilion now with a giant atom symbol in 2022? As we've heard from some of the pavilions, it's getting a little bit late on the clock. It's great to have you, but what's been the delay?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a pity that we just see that logo in the COP22. Actually, all these things start quite earlier, even back to 2019. Agency has been participating in the COP from the very beginning, but things changed in the 2019 when DG Grossi assumed the office. Because right after he assumed the office, the second week he came to the COP in Madrid and participated this SDG7 high-level event and passed this message clear: nuclear should be at the table of the global debate. Because this kind of strong leadership, with that, we continue to do that in the past years, regardless of this COVID-19 impact. So we have our also a very large presence in the COP26 in Glasgow. And we used to share with Berlin, and we work with our partners, NEA, IEA, also other industry and academic, try to show the nuclear attributes in this addressing the global issue, mitigation, adaptation, and monitoring. And so with this one, and this year, we made another important decision, nuclear pavilion, because we think this can make a real impact during this environment, because people will immediately be attracted by this logo and will come to ask what this is about, because we receive so many people. Our Socie is extremely busy to receive the visitors in the front desk. That is the value of that one, because we are international organization in the nuclear sector. We have the responsibility to help us to address all these issues, technological issue, financial issues, and also infrastructure topic. But at the end, we also let other people outside of the community. We should not talk only among ourselves. We need to talk broad audience. That's the place we need to come. That's the way we can do to draw attention about the nuclear's role in the global debate.
Thank you, Wei, and I urge you all to visit the giant atom symbol. Something's happening there all the time. In fact, I have been called in to debate a Fridays for Future activist from Germany about whether nuclear is the future or not. That's at 4:15 today if you want to see some sparks fly. And then that brings us to our final question, and I'm gonna do something hard where I want a really good answer, but only in about 1 minute so we can go to our hydrogen panel. Deanne, OECD, Nuclear Energy Agency, is there to help when countries want to work on nuclear. There are world leaders striding these halls. If they came up to you and you had 1 minute to describe to them how to achieve closing that gap in nuclear energy development. We don't have enough development starting today to meet the climate pathways we're seeing today. So what is your 1 minute starter package for a world leader who has just decided on nuclear today and wants to get moving? How can they get moving?
Holy moly, man, you really don't believe in softballs, do you? Okay, that's a North American joke. What's the question?
Advice, how do you get started?
How do you get started? I think you get started, first of all, with long-term thinking and systems level thinking. So I'd actually like to ground this in what's changed in the momentum from COP26 to COP27. We have seen an enormous momentum and an increase in the seriousness of the conversation about what the real energy options are for achieving net zero. So nations around the world have made a lot of announcements, and that the climate crisis had already started to cause the conversation to be more serious at COP26. The energy security crisis following the invasion of Ukraine has doubled down and really increased the seriousness. So as those deadlines and as the hard realities of the energy security crisis sort of staring down the barrel at us, it increases the seriousness of the conversation, which means that countries are looking and leaders are looking at what are their true, real, practical options that they can implement today. And a couple of things I would say in an elevator speech, if I had a leader in the elevator with me for 30 seconds. Number one is that you need to take a systems level view. You need to understand the endowments of your country and how you can mix and match different non-emitting sources of energy together to come up with an affordable, stable, secure, what were the three, environmentally and clean, so solve your energy trilemma for your country. It can be done. France is an excellent example. They built 56 reactors in 15 years. They decarbonized their grid. Whether or not the motivation was climate change at the time or energy security does not matter. It addressed both issues simultaneously. Other examples of that, Ontario in Canada, 95% decarbonized grid. They replaced coal with nuclear. The same kind of success story. Nuclear is a strategic asset from which nations and citizens derive a range of benefits. It's not only a source of non-emitting electricity. It is also an economic stimulus. It is also a social contract with people. It creates good jobs. It creates long-term geopolitical relationships. it is nuclear energy and energy infrastructure more broadly is critical infrastructure, and it is essential for economic development and prosperity, but it is also essential for national security.
Thank you very much. I think that would convince me in an elevator. Diane, Wei, Pablo, thank you very much for your contribution. And as you are all clapping them off the stage, I'm going to immediately turn around for the nuclear's role in hydrogen production discussion. All right, and I'll introduce them as they are walking. So hydrogen is a big topic at this COP27, and I think this is a fascinating view that most people aren't going to hear from. We have Isabel Spiegel in the center, who is the global head of the environment for VINCI Corporation. That is the world's largest private contracting company and specializes in construction and infrastructure and is based in France. We also have Brianna Lazarowitz, who is an energy economist for the International Atomic Energy Agency. And finally, we have Michel Berthellemé, who is an economist with the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency and wrote one of the seminal economics papers in nuclear energy back in 2014 when we first saw public data about the cost of the French nuclear program. So go pester him about that paper. It is fascinating. All right, so I think what we'll do is have each of you give a short presentation, and then we will have a very interesting discussion about the pluses and minuses of hydrogen and the role that nuclear energy can or can't play. So let's start with Isabel. Backwards, forwards, there's the microphone. Now.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really glad that we are invited here to present our point of view on hydrogen. And thanks a lot for French Pavilion to invite us here to have this debate and discussion about how to speed up and scale up, because this is going to be the topic. I guess in what we heard just before, there's a need to multiply by at least 5 the hydrogen capacity on the planet to meet the expectations. So that's all the different pathways that we saw. And the challenge is even double, because currently we are using 90 million of tons of hydrogen, but it's not clean hydrogen. So we need first to convert this hydrogen that we are using for industrial activities to clean hydrogen, and then to multiply. So it's really a huge challenge ahead of us. So I'm gonna just tell you how a company like us, so big contractor, energy also, and acting in the concession, so mainly mobility infrastructures, we can address the hydrogen challenge. First of all, yeah, it's better this way, thank you. First of all, we need to address it, closing the gap and considering the full value chain of hydrogen. So it starts by the end, the usage of hydrogen. So currently the one we are using on the planet is mainly for industrial usage. Here, why are we having this discussion is really to meet new usages for hydrogen. And hydrogen is not a source of energy, it's really a storage capacity for energy. Okay, so when I operate mobility infrastructure, I need to consider either a mobility infrastructure using light vehicles, for instance, where a battery, an electric battery is one of the solutions, or something else, because a battery is not enough. So I need to consider hydrogen as a storage capacity to be able to indeed implement low carbon technology within heavy vehicles, for instance, aviation as well, etc., etc. So thinking about the usage, that's really where we should start. And then considering the full value chain. So clearly, we need hydrogen to be stored and distributed. And we need also to make sure that the hydrogen is produced in a clean way. So meaning what we call the low carbon hydrogen. It means, again, it's not a source of energy, it's a storage facility. So nuclear, yes, could be the source of energy. Renewable energy is also part of the game. Okay, and when considering the full value chain, an operator like us, we have different capabilities that we used to have from far away, from decades. We are already distributing hydrogen for special sector, for instance, for industries like I described, but also storage capacities, like all what we do, so initially for natural gas and oil, fossil fuel, but we can directly convert into hydrogen storage capacity, but also clearly work on the production. So we are, for instance, in a partnership with Genvia, in a company which is called Genvia. It's a partnership with the CEA in France, ourselves, Schlumberger, and Air Liquide. What is key is to be able to provide the financing, all of that. So for instance, VINCI, we made a choice which was not alone, but to team up with partners, so initially industrial partners, to be able to really gather enough financing to support the development of hydrogen. Because one of the issues is that currently we are not yet up to scale. So here's the Clean H2 Fund that VINCI started. We put 100 million on the table. That was the three initial companies, Air Liquide and Total Energy, also put the same amount of money. And altogether, we gathered already 2 billion of equity capital, and we launched this fund quite recently. This is to really help finance some projects. So in total, we will leverage and support projects up to 20 billion euros in the hydrogen sector. It is time for action, and not only for saying that we need financing, we need to scale up, we need da-da-da-da-da. So we also work directly on the action by having not only testing capacities and piloting capacities, but already scaled up capacities. So this is an example of one entity in a group in Spain, close to Murcia region, where we are already producing hydrogen coupled with photovoltaic plants. So it is made of renewable electricity. And then this capacity is already 9 gigawatts of renewable energy. So it's already up to scale, but we need this kind of project to be even scaled up to have brothers and sisters project to be able to now lower the cost of production of the hydrogen. And another angle I want to say, so finance is key, scaling up the project and showing that it's not only demonstration, but it's also showing some vision. So I started by saying we need to start by the usage. This is just a picture of the potential of a motorway. So it's mobility infrastructure. It is led by the usage to transport people and good. And what we see in this picture is a mix of different solutions. Some are sufficiency and carpooling, parking, for instance. Some are technology-led, like batteries and an induction charging road, for instance. Hydrogen is part of the game as well. Even if we can mix it to clean hydrogen, like for instance, use some ground to install solar plant. So this is this kind of vision that we need for our different structural needs on the planet to really balance the demand and the usage and make it more sustainable. Last thing is a bit of promotion. We studied that internally with our platform, which is called Leonard. It's a platform for innovation and foresight seeing. And today we are sharing with you all these deep dives. So we looked at the different pieces of market, looking at the usage, looking at the risk and opportunities, and it's all available. You can download it online directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabelle. Bree, please.
I might go first. I'll have a mic.
All right. Improvising. All right, Michelle, please.
In the interest of keeping to the way the slides are organized, let me go first et commencer par remercier le gouvernement.
That's because of the way the slides are organized. I would like to thank the French Pavilion for their warm welcoming and for giving us the opportunity to discuss key elements of the climate change transition.
On a key report we published at the NEA about 1 month ago. We launched it at the Clean Energy Ministerial in Pittsburgh, which is our first report on the role of nuclear energy for the hydrogen economy, where we focus on the competitiveness of nuclear alongside renewables to deliver low carbon hydrogen at scale. You will also see, wherever you're seated, that we have a few brochures, which is another publication we launched at the Clean Energy Ministerial, which brings together key partners that are advancing key initiatives around nuclear and hydrogen. So please grab a copy before you leave. I'll start by reminding us that today, when we talk about hydrogen, we're talking about production based on fossil fuel, primarily. And we are talking about demand coming from industry, and in particular the chemical sector, where it's used as an input, typically for producing molecules such as ammonia. Which also means that today we're not having only a conversation about decarbonization, but also having ultimately a conversation about food security, because then ammonia is used for fertilizers, as we know. Now let's look at the future. Let's look at pathways, the role of hydrogen in pathways to net zero. And the least we can say from this slide is that the future is wide open. But there are a few things that we know. We know that demand for hydrogen will grow in the coming decades from about 90 million of tons today. It could double, or it could have this exponential growth, such as in the pathways by Bloomberg. And what we also know is that at least by 2030, 35, the demand is going to be continued to be driven primarily by industry, current industry, but also new industry, as well as by transport, as Isabelle pointed out. Now, I'd like to scope down a little bit the scope, because hydrogen economy is a big space. So in the system map, you see a few things. You see different sources of energy for producing hydrogen. You see different processes. And you see also different end users that will need hydrogen either as a feedstock or for producing, ultimately, energy. And you also see in between how to bring supply to demand, and the complex value chain required around that, around transport, around distribution, around storage. You can see the highlighted segments, which are why we are going to focus today, which means for energy source, nuclear, renewables, and grid, as well as fossil with steam methane reforming. You also see that in the space of the different processes that we have to produce hydrogen, we're going to focus on electrolysis and chemical reforming. And then we're going to focus on industrial demand and demands from the transport sector. Now, to understand the competitiveness of hydrogen, my key message for you today is that we need to look above the plant level cost. This echoes very much what Isabelle said. We hear a lot of discussion on what we call the levelized cost of hydrogen, LCOH. But there's a lot of additional cost above this plant level cost, as in the electricity system, where you have LCOE, but then you have cost for integrating different technologies to your power system. And this comes with value chain cost related to transporting, distributing, storing hydrogen, so that it really meets the demand of end users. And then also level of integration in the power sector as a whole, if we're going to rely primarily on electrolysis, where the hydrogen demand specific features will also have some interplay with the electricity system that we need to take into account. So I'm going to have a couple of slides to break down some key results on the cost of hydrogen, and there's a lot to unpack here, so I'm going to take baby steps. This is a graph about the levelized cost of hydrogen from different sources of electricity. The vertical axis gives you the levelized cost of hydrogen in dollars per kilogram of hydrogen, and then the horizontal axis gives you different sources of electricity for producing this hydrogen. Renewables, which can be wind, solar, in different parts of the world, and it's important to take that into account. Follow up a bit what Mark said about the importance of location. Nuclear, long-term operation of existing reactors, but also new nuclear build. And then you can also procure your electricity directly on the grid. So then, depending on your price of electricity, that is going to make a sizable impact. The key to produce hydrogen you need with electrolyzers, you need three things. You need electrolyzers, you need electricity, of course, and then you need water. We assume here that the cost of water are negligible. And then we're going to benchmark this cost of hydrogen through electrolysis against steam methane reforming with carbon capture, utilization, and storage, for which we take two assumptions on the price of gas, either at $20 per megawatt hour or 100. So key result here are that first, the levelized cost of hydrogen is primarily driven by the levelized cost of electricity if you're going to use electrolysis. This is true for nuclear, but this is also true for renewables. Second, we see quite clearly that nuclear is competitive alongside renewables, in particular long-term operation of existing reactors. And third, we see that the competition between water electrolysis and steam methane reforming ultimately will come down to the price of gas. And as you know, there's been a lot of turmoil on the gas market in recent months. So clearly, this is an area where there's also uncertainty that add to this and make the decision space very complex. Now, let's move beyond levelized cost of hydrogen and add the cost of delivery. This is the same graph, and we've added essentially two cost components, which are resolved from NEA modeling in this space, where we develop a very detailed modeling of hydrogen infrastructure so that we can have estimates of the cost of the value chain linked to different sources of electricity. In the dark yellow, this is the cost of the value chain domestically for a specific country. And then in light yellow, you're going to have the cost of hydrogen delivery if you're going to import hydrogen from third countries, typically by ship. So a couple of key results here. First, when we take into account the value chain cost, we see that the competitiveness of nuclear improves. This is essentially because hydrogen can be produced at the large scale needed by industrial users near the site of industrial consumption, which means costs of storing hydrogen, of transporting hydrogen, are going to be much lower. And it's also because hydrogen being dispatchable and operating at a high load factors, it means you're going to need significantly less storage than if you were only going to rely on valuable renewables, for which the load profile changes a lot during the year. And the second result is that taken together for both nuclear and renewables, you can estimate cost of hydrogen delivery around $3 to $4 per kilogram of hydrogen, which means that it is ultimately competitive against steam methane reforming if we operate in a world today with high price of gas. So with that, let me conclude very briefly with a couple of key conclusion and policy recommendations. Our first recommendation is on the need to support near-term demonstration projects for large-scale water electrolysis, both using nuclear and renewables. The second point is we need to stop talking about the levelized cost of hydrogen, and we need to look at the value chain and the complexity that come with it, because otherwise we run the risk of formulating policy advice with incomplete information, which can lead to bad decisions. And last but not least, we need to stop to try to color code hydrogen. For hydrogen, this can be very problematic because it ultimately can divert attention from what really matters, and what really matters is to produce low carbon hydrogen with nuclear or renewables. So with that, conclude my brief presentation. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Michel. And now, Bree, please.
Thank you. Oh, perfect. Great. So I'm happy actually to have gone last because I think I'm going to be able to incorporate a lot of aspects that the two previous speakers have talked about. And that's really narrowing in on the business case for hydrogen production from operating nuclear plants. So if we remember back in the chart that we just saw, that bar that was all the way to the left, that long-term operation nuclear, providing some of the cheapest low-carbon hydrogen that we can see in the world. So I'd like to emphasize we have a report that will be coming out later this year called Building the Business Case for Hydrogen Production with Currently Operating Nuclear Power Plants. And basically what we've done is taken a snapshot of all the demonstration projects that we've seen around the world that are using nuclear to produce hydrogen, what they might mean for individual countries, some commonalities and some differences between each of these projects. So, just very briefly, some pushes or pulls that we are seeing in the industry to bring these nuclear hydrogen projects to fruition. One being the national hydrogen strategy. So basically a country coming up with a national hydrogen strategy saying, we really need hydrogen and we need it fast. And these decarbonization goals are then a motivation to start testing a nuclear hydrogen project. And the other is on the business side, the utility side. Some utilities are setting their own, decarbonization targets, and hydrogen production with nuclear power is positioned as part of that utility strategy. So again, a map of some of the projects that we're looking at. So, one of the big key pieces that we're looking at is the location of the electrolyzer. One of the major decisions when building one of these projects is whether to locate the electrolyzer close to the end user, where you know who's going to be using that demand, or close to the energy source. Utilities who might want to use their own power project, nuclear or otherwise, to power that electrolyzer. And then a third option that might be pulling these two together would be creating what are called hydrogen clusters that link the production of hydrogen with an end user. So in some of the examples that we've seen and heard about already, including for industry or chemical production, where perhaps a nuclear plant or a power source is close to that end use application, the electrolyzer is co-located there. So we've already seen a little bit about how the long-term operation of nuclear plants can provide some of the cheapest options for low-carbon hydrogen. And if we're not thinking about colors with hydrogen, we're really focusing on what we're all here at COP to talk about, which is achieving net zero. I think that being a little bit of color blindness here is really important in furthering that goal. So hydrogen production using electrolysis can be more expensive than other methods, basically due to the cost of electricity, and that's what we saw in the last presentation. The cost of electricity is a major portion of that total cost, that levelized cost of hydrogen. So if we can effectively size the capacity of the electrolyzer and we can run it as often as we can, then we are seeing those costs fall. So the charts are basically showing here a similar chart to what we saw in the last presentation here on the left, that the cost of electricity or that fuel cost is a high percentage of the total cost of hydrogen. And on the right, showing that with an average of between 34 and 57% of that time in a year that electrolyzer is running, so think about it as a third of the year, that you're seeing a minimization of the cost of running that electrolyzer. And finally, some options for risk reduction in producing these types of projects. Of course, government support is always vital for government funding and for the types of programs that inspire these types of projects. And we've got a couple of examples here. And really just going forward, the allocation of project risk is one of the most important aspects, and collaboration is the most important. So pulling together the end users and really bringing the entire supply chain together. So I'll just end on a couple of some similarities and differences that we've seen between the nuclear hydrogen demonstration projects that are already in existence today around the world. The importance of securing funding and government support, the looking to the future, to scaling up the electrolysis process and how we can reduce costs in any way possible to meet that insane amount of hydrogen demand that we're going to see around the globe. And the importance of collaboration. That is common across all the demonstration projects we've seen, whether it be between national governments, national laboratories, and the private sector, all three, sometimes more partners than that, even bringing together stakeholders here to collaborate. And differences between the projects are the electrolyzer type. This is still a new technology, and there's still development here, and remains to be a consensus on the best type of technology used. The location I mentioned, whether it's near the demand center or near the power source itself, and building that demand, right? Everyone says that hydrogen is going to grow. We're going to need so much of it around the world. As of right now, hydrogen demand is quite low, and it's a bit of a circular process for, okay, we need to build the demand in order to build the production and so forth. So I'll end there, and I look forward to fruitful discussion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Bree. All right, so we have a little bit less time for questions than I'd want, so I'm going to make the questions really interesting and, like our last speakers, put you on the spot. So hydrogen, as an engineer, hydrogen scares me. It is an angry little atom. There's so much hydrogen in the universe. We're in giant stars making just blasting energy out into space. Why isn't it here? Because it likes to react with what? Everything. How? Often violently or corrosively or destructively. So what on earth are we doing up here talking about hydrogen? Isabel, you are in infrastructure development. Can you tell me some of the challenges of working with and moving hydrogen in the real world?
Do you want a technical answer or a marketer? No, definitely hydrogen is a need. It's not only because we are several here showing you the market demand and expectation to grow, is that we don't know how to make a truck really sufficiently enough with an electric battery, for instance. Why is that? Just because you know how much weight a battery for a truck of 24 tons, the battery will be of 7 tons. So if I switch to electric batteries, well, I need to put much more trucks on the roads. So this is why I need to consider another way to store the energy. So this is why hydrogen is currently considered as one of the solutions, clearly. Not the only one, again, we have to link the demand and the use, the offer and the demand, etc. But we need to take it into the loop of a decision. What is difficult is that we have to discuss here in a panel like that about the cost. Why is that? Because it's not up to scale yet. So the fact is that we are ready. So my key message here today is that we are ready from the usage, from the production, from the storage and distribution, etc. A contracting company like us, we know how to manage hydrogen. What we need is clearly visibility still about the direction, the size of the electrolyzers to be developed, etc., to make sure that the solutions we are still investing in are also followed by the rest of the market, and that we speed up the scaling up of the market and the economic fall down of the cost. So my question, clearly, we are fully ready for hydrogen.
All right, I heard it in your voice. I believe it. It's a difficult gas, but you're ready to manage it, and you believe that the strength of the need is so strong that the engineering solutions will be found and delivered at scale and safely. You just need the direction and policy and investment. All right, okay, that makes me feel better. Now, I want to talk to you, Bree, and we've been here before. Michelle reminds me that there was a hydrogen bubble, not the type that can blow up like the Hindenburg, but a lot of interest in hydrogen because of the needs that you talked about, but it didn't advance the way people thought. But you just showed us a map of nuclear plants around the world who, let me get this right, they are currently making hydrogen with nuclear, yes? In the process, can you tell us a little bit about the challenges, economic challenges of getting hydrogen production and sales going today at nuclear plants?
Absolutely, and that's actually something that we look at in the report, so thank you. But there's tons of different use cases, and as I showed in the presentation, the cost of electrolysis falls as we see these electrolyzers run more often throughout the year, right? So the more that they're running, the lower the cost, which is why it pairs so well with nuclear. And what we're seeing actually, Arizona Public Service in Arizona in the US is co-firing a gas plant with some hydrogen in order to use it as a use case to just see how it works to decarbonize their gas use a little bit. So that's one example. Another one is in the Midwest, actually seeing another utility in the US using this hydrogen. Again, it's a demonstration project. It's quite small, but what they're using the hydrogen for is to balance out renewables as an energy storage, as an energy carrier. And that's happening today. And so we're already seeing these use cases come up, and you saw the map. They're all over the world, but there's different use cases for everyone. I mean, we heard in the panel earlier that geography matters, and I think that also comes to bear in this discussion as well. You're going to use hydrogen for different things. Sometimes nuclear is on the table, sometimes it's not. But the long-term operation of nuclear plants and using that nuclear electricity and possibly the heat to power electrolysis, to make hydrogen is a low-cost solution and helps get us there to net zero. So.
Thank you, Bree. Okay, so it sounds like you're ready, and at least in sample sizes, it's happening today. Now, I wanted you to do something for us, Michelle. I asked you a hard problem so you'd be able to describe for us. We've heard the word electrolyzer. So something that lyses or splits or separates what? Can you walk us through, for a lay audience, can you walk us through how a nuclear plant will take energy, make energy, and then use that to make hydrogen, and how we're going to get it from the nuclear plant? Make it really good so people can walk away and describe this energy system.
Thank you so much, Mark, for this question. I'll let the fly go around your head. Okay, so let's take baby steps. The first is to look at, again, going back to geography, where you operate. And typically, if you're a country that has a low carbon electricity grid, such as France, just by coincidence, you can procure your electricity directly from the grid. From the grid. And the benefit of doing that is that then you're not, you can locate your electrolyzers where the demand is. And as we've heard, transporting hydrogen, storing hydrogen can be so complex that it really brings a lot of benefits of having this low electricity grid to produce your hydrogen. You can also, locate your electrolyzers near your power plants, be it nuclear or renewables. So let's come down to nuclear specifically. Well, nuclear produces electricity, we all know that. But it can also produce heat. So here there are a lot of options for producing there are several options for producing hydrogen with nuclear. You can have what is called low temperature electrolysis, where you will only rely on the electricity coming from the nuclear power plant to produce your low carbon hydrogen. Or you can go into new technologies, such as VINCI is developing with the company Janvier in France. And typically, high temperature electrolysis will also require you to have, will have greater efficiency, but you're going to need to have some source of high temperature to start the process, to start the electrolyzers. And this is where having nuclear brings additional benefits, because nuclear produces both low carbon electricity and heat, and you can leverage on both to produce hydrogen much more efficiently, which then ultimately can translate into economic benefits.
Okay, in our final minute here, I'd love to know, what is it that you mentioned that France has nuclear grid electricity, so it means that you can put the hydrogen production wherever you're gonna need it, so you won't have to transport it either as a gas or liquid. So that sounds handy. Could you say something about what, I think that many of us know that France has a giant nuclear fleet, but it's not on all the time. Could you describe your vision for how France can help lead in hydrogen production? This is for Isabel.
Well, first we need to fully believe into it and really bring vision about the different mix of energy that we are still going to produce and use in France. And I guess it is all feasible. What we know is that the energy need and consumption will remain stable. So once we switch really and reduce all the fuel or remove even all the fuel and gas, we need much more electricity in fact. So coming from different sources with the storage that we need from hydrogen, clearly, but this is clearly the game changer, is that we will need much more electricity, and that to build the new capacity, we need at least 10 years vision, but even more. So it's decade visibility that we need to make sure that we are not lost in many, many various solutions that we can have. I mean, everyone can be clearly sustainable, and we need just to act. It's time for actions.
Bree, Isabel, Michelle, thank you very much. And please ask them hard questions and get their cards, especially there's some very new information that I don't think people have seen yet, especially the costs from Michelle's papers. I saw a lot of phones come out. Ask him for his papers. That's going to be something that will be next year's reality and this year's modeling. So thank you very much. Yep, make sure to grab one of these if you're interested in seeing the data that Michelle and Bree presented. All right, thank you very much, and thank you very much to the French Pavilion for hosting this event.
Bonjour et bienvenue.
Hello everyone, welcome for this event on the in the French Pavilion at this COP27, an event dedicated to the High Council on Climate. We are today three speakers. Laurence Tubiana, who is a member of the High Council, Honorable Corinne Lequeret, the President of the Council, and myself, Jean-François Soussanin, who is member of the High Council. Okay, so we are an independent body responsible for the assessment of the French policy concerning the reaching the net zero goal. If everything's okay, we should be immediately online with our president, who is going to make an introduction to our body, the High Council for Climate. It's your turn, Corinne, if you can hear us. Yes, thank you very much, Jean-François. Welcome, everyone. François, could you confirm that the presentation is on the screen? Well, not yet. It's on our monitor, but we'll ask the technicians to put it on the main screen. If you could wait, here we go. It's ready. Thank you very much. Welcome to everyone. Thank you for hearing me here in virtual. The High Council for Climate has been implemented by the end of 2018, I could say 4 years now, to complete very complex mechanisms of control in France. As Jean-François has indicated, our council is an independent body, and its mission is to assess and evaluate the strategy of the government in terms of climate. It gives independent opinions, and it recommends actions. And is also shedding a light on the debates in a neutral way. That's our main mission, which makes our look unique in the French system. It's because the government has engaged itself to respond, to answer the report that we submit to the government once yearly, and the government has engaged legally to hear our report and to answer to them. So the law wants to implement a virtuous circle of reports, assessment, and feedback from the government. In its answer, the government has to say what the case is, why the object has not been reached, and what the government is implementing to reinforce the mechanism of answers of the mechanisms to fight climatic change. The High Council for the Climate is composed of 13 members who are chosen for their expertise. They are not representative members, they are persons who are experts, climatologists like myself or Valérie Masson-Lamotte, or experts, for example, on the agricultural questions, on economy, on climatic policies, or even more on social science. And we are accompanied by a secretariat that conducts analysis that can feed our annual reports. When it comes to our publications, we have published up till now almost 20 reports, letters or opinions, 4 yearly reports for the main audience, I mean detailed, but also with a version for the big audience. We've published 11 special reports, for example, in a report about the footprint of France as a country, and on the resilience of many mechanisms. Some of these reports were made on on demand of the government. Some were asked to us by the Parliament. We've also published a few letters. Next slide, please. This year, in the annual report of 2022, we've talked in a more systemic way the questions of the impact of the adaptation to the climate change. I think that in this group today you know that temperature is rising everywhere in the world and the phenomenon is becoming more and more complex. But this is not what causes the increase of the temperatures and rains. So all the scenarios that have been studied by the UNFCCC state that if we don't reach the 2 degrees of temperature, 2 degrees of temperature raise, and they say that it will all go over the 2 degrees that were planned for 2050. Now you can see on the screen that France is heating up more than the rest of the world. There's like 1.7 degrees of temperature increase to 1,900 a year. We've observed an intensification of extreme heats, especially in the heat islands in cities, meteorological droughts too, and agricultural droughts, and extreme rains in certain regions. And the adaptation in France is extremely important and less understood and perceived as the other challenges like mitigation. And we continue. In the other report this year, 2022, it's written clearly that France is not ready to face the growing climatic risks. The adaptation policies need strategic objectives, means, and monitoring, just as we have mitigation objectives. You see the final objectives in case of mitigation. We need to have the same objectives for the adaptation to the increasing temperature. France has instruments for prevention of the risk, the instruments that are efficient, but they don't integrate enough the urbanistics questions. France needs a better anticipation of needs in terms of adaptations, relocation, and the risk of a bad adaptation, and this is necessary. Equity and the feeling of justice are essential. This has to be acceptable. That's true for the adaptation as well as for the mitigation. If we check our evaluation report this year, that shows clearly that France, well, the good thing is that the measures implemented do progress, but they are still insufficient. You can hear in black the trajectory of the GHG gases. So it's decreasing like other countries, like 24 countries who managed to do the same, but by the end of the COVID in 21, we are at decreasing at the pace of less than 2%, 1.7 yearly, which is the same pace that over the last 10 years. So we are really far from an acceleration that is necessary, and we talked about a lot on the COP. The footprint, France footprint, is important. This is a responsibility shared by France with other producing countries that increased the emissions of France by 1.4%, and it decreases very slowly, and same graph like the territorial emissions. All the countries have to accelerate their actions by 2030. France is not the only one, but it has to contribute to this acceleration to limit the increase of temperature to 1.5 degrees, or better yet, around 2 degrees. The emissions, as I said, on the period 2019-2021 are lower. Well, they were reduced in the last 2 years, but they are smaller than what was written in the second carbon budget. But this decrease is explained basically by the effects of COVID and the increase of carbon budgets after the change of the strategy on these matters. We are really in a dynamics where this has to accelerate. The objectives of 2030 are reinforced with the Ajustement à l'Objectif 55 PAC, Fit for 55, European Fit for 55. What we would like to see here, that you have the green line. This is a new European trajectory that implies for France to double its decrease of emissions. That was 8 million tons the last 10 years, and now it has to go to 16 in the present 10 years. It's a big channel, but reachable. Next slide, please. In the framework on this report of the High Council for the Climate, we've assessed public policies implemented by using the 25 sectoral orientations of the national strategy on carbon. This is our roadmap, a roadmap that France has imposed itself on. And within this strategy, there are 25 categories of actions, sectoral actions, to implement, and we've assessed them. The ones that were made on a good level, it's in green, probably on a good level, although we cannot we can't be trusted 100%. That's in yellow. Orange color are the actions that that present major risks, and in red those who bring very important risks. What we see on the 25 orientation is that most of them have progressed in the last analysis here, but these orientations have measures who, according to us, are adequate with the level required to reach the carbon budgets. 15 orientations would have measures with big measures, and 4 of them are absolutely out of phase with the strategy. So we still need to implement in a more ambitious way the climate policies. For this, we can rely on 2 elements. First of all, we have to look at the regional level, the politics that go further than the others. And on the period of the first carbon budget, 2015-2018, we can see how this decrease of emissions articulates in on regional scale. We see that most of the regions of France could have seen the emissions decrease. We see that there are some successes in some regions in France, in particular in Saint-Paul-de-Loire, Grand Val-de-Loire, in agriculture. Sorry, that's for building construction, and for the transports. These emissions, it's Île-de-France. We suggest, or we recommend in our report, to analyze these successes, regional success, to try to disseminate them elsewhere. But no region does not, no region decarbonates at the rhythm expected from now to 2030. So we have a lot of work to do on regional scale, but we can rely on certain regional experiences to go faster in other regions and in some sectors. Everything that is true at the European level, as well at the European level as where we have lots of similarities with other countries, but some contrasts. As you know, in France, we have less emissions that come from the electricity sector, as France has a electricity energy mix that relies in a big part on nuclear, but we have an agriculture sector who is more important at the economic level, but also at the level of emissions. Or in the transport section, it may be important in all the French sectors. Or with other countries, the sector of industry decreases in a structural way, while it's not the situation in transport and agriculture. Mr. Suzana will tell you more in a few minutes. Together with this, we've made some recommendations, and we tried to be to make more operational. So we have these few recommendations that will be implemented in different sectors. But the four of them that are very in line of valid for France is to operationalize the ecological planification, to know where the financements are coming from and how all this will be coordinated. We also have to prioritize the measures that encourage the sobriety and renewable energy and saving, of course, of energy. We have to accompany the transformation to a low carbon economy, taking in account of the challenges of fair transition to switch to a low carbon economy, and to engage the climatic diplomacy. Jean-François, I'm giving you the floor now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Corinne. So I will follow to get back on the structural transformations of the sector. So just as it's been indicated, you can see the hierarchy of the sectors in France. First of all, transports, agriculture, and at the same level, more or less, the industry, the building, and the transformation of energy. So we had ahead. We're expecting important transformation in two sectors that are not reduced their emission, transport and agriculture. And I will talk mostly about the agriculture and wells of GHG gases. The more we're going to lower the emissions in the other sectors, for example, for the energy transformation, for the industry, for construction, more will have residual emissions, but that will be significant in agriculture, but through the footprint of the nutritional system in France. We need to know that this is a very important factor of the footprint of France. And as shown on this slide, we have also another problem, is that the absorption by the forest carbon wells has decreased, so we have to see what we can do in the carbon wells.
So you see now the emissions from agriculture from the 1990s with the thresholds. We can't say agriculture is not in phase with the SNBC2, but the growth tempo, the growth pace is quite weak, and it will be fit for 55. So in this topic as well, unless decisions are made France-specific, the reduction of the emissions should gain pace. The reduction, as we observe it now, is linked with socio-economic phenomena. The the cattle, the numbers are going down when it comes to the cattle, to the dairy cows and others, and that's linked with the demography, with the fact that we have less farmers than we used to have, and most of them are pretty old and retiring. Nitrogens. We should invest far more in equipments, among others, that can reduce the polluting effects of the nitrogen-based entrants. The national strategic plan of the common agriculture policy, as it has been implemented at the beginning, was not ambitious enough. We have an updated one. But still we can observe that in comparison to the objectives that have been set by France, this strategic plan will not allow to meet the requirements in terms of greenhouse gases emissions reductions. So we have to gain pace, we have to work quicker, and we would like to tell you that when it comes to carbon storage in the soils, these practices are not supported enough. They are supported via the low carbon label, which is provided for a certain range of practices. It is true that there are around 2,000 farmers going down that road, but at the national level that's not enough. We'll still need more ambitious systems to start storing carbon in the farm soils. When it comes to the forests and land use, there is a great discrepancy between the budget, SNBC2 budget. We look at the negative balance. We now have updated things so that we see that the carbon sinks are less important than less powerful than we thought they would be, and that's because of a climate change effect on forests. We have less trees in a certain amount of regions, and if you add the forest fires on top of that, which were quite frequent in 2022, you can draw the conclusions yourselves. So we are in urgent need for a massive plan, a massive forest regeneration plan. There is a deep and close link between adaptation and mitigation. You cannot maintain carbon sinks without fighting for adaptation and mitigation. There is an economic issue to it as well, because wood production is an industry. This fight is quite France-specific. We are a bit pioneering. It's a difficult policy to implement because traceability is an issue here. I think that would be about it when it comes to the deforestation issues. They show the action frame of France is quite limited, if not to take into consideration international action, which will be the topic of the next presentation. But before we do that, I propose a round of questions or comments.
Merci beaucoup pour ces deux.
Many thanks for these two presentations. I have one question about the fact that there is this discrepancy between the carbon sink that was forecasted by the SNBC and the reality we observe. Can we consider that if we were to mobilize, to engage lots of wood for construction, we could at short term, 2030, like 2030-ish, to correct the direction, to make things better when it comes to root production? Not sure that the impact would be that significative. I'll quickly answer. Yeah, that might be a pathway. The standards have changed. The idea being to have specifications, demanding specifications when it comes to high buildings made of wood. But as you know, what's at stake and what's the issue is the storage lanes, because they have to be stored for 50, 100 years even. For the storage has to be sustainable. The storage has to be long-term. Based on what we've observed until now, we see that it's not equivalent. It's not equivalent to 100 years. But the specifications are still demanding. We would like to. That could be a pathway for the future.
Usman Mohammed, I'm from Nigeria, from the Center for Renewable Energy and Action on Climate Change. So my honest question and observation, looking at recent problem with Ukraine in terms of energy crisis in Europe, and these scenarios have been going down. Is there a way you think these scenarios will still go down or like keep rising? And secondly, we recently accessed grants from French Embassy in Nigeria on PISCA, under PISCA program, under French Embassy in Nigeria. We were given a small grant, but we were able to train women, rural women, on agroforestry, home gardening, as well as organic farming, and that has changed lives. We have trained more than 565 women and men, farmers. And we also established like an agroforestry training center where we try to revive those trees that are going extinct in northern Nigeria. So could projects like this be considered as part of French government's efforts towards mitigation of climate change across the globe? Thank you.
Je dis un petit mot, je te passe la parole après. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for your question, because these are really relevant questions. Well, first of all, agroforestry is indeed an excellent option. It has co-benefits in terms of adaptation, mitigation, but also combating desertification and possibly biodiversity, depending on how you practice. So that's highly relevant. And it is also part of, let's say, the package we have in France to deploy agroforestry, but the socio-economic conditions are not so much in favor of this, I should say. And second, but I will hand it to Laurence to comment further. Yes, indeed, we are confronted right now with unprecedented energy crisis in Europe. And we have extremely high gas prices, but also electricity prices. And there is a huge debate in Europe on how can we fix the markets so that the electricity prices are not strictly aligned on the gas prices. So that's a very short term, but the long term is about what sort of lock-in effects will we create. For instance, we are importing right now liquefied natural gas, and part of this natural gas may come from shale oil, shale extraction, and we know this comes with a lot of emissions. So, and further, we have the coal issue. Some countries need coal, so we need to compensate. So, indeed, your question is highly relevant for this. I'm not sure we have right now the answer on what will be the size and magnitude of the impacts.
Could I complement this, Jean-François, please?
Yes, please, Corinne. Yes.
Yes, thank you, because it's such a relevant question, the response of France to the energy crisis, that I want to push here to say just how determinant it could be what France does in terms of this energy crisis. There are pillars that will help in the energy transition in the long term. The pillars of sobriety, sufficiency, or reducing energy demand, if they can be supported by sort of changes in norms, infrastructure that encourage low carbon choices, would be very positive. Of course, deployment of renewable energy would be very positive, but there are big dangers. Jean-François, you mentioned liquefied gas and coal are extremely, could be, if they are maintained in the long term, extremely detrimental. So the actions that France takes to respond to this very short-term and very important energy crisis to help the users and to go through this crisis, if they go against the energy transition to a low-carbon society, need to be very, very short-term so that we can continue and go back on the trajectory of reducing emissions as fast as possible.
Thank you. Je crois qu'il y a une autre question.
I think there's another question to be asked there, if I'm correct. That's right, Eric Brun, TMTOCT. Thank you. Many thanks for the quality of your presentation. That would be a question for Corinne mainly. You've mentioned the fact that France lacked strategic objectives in terms of adaptation. Could you be more specific, perhaps drop a couple of examples what strategic objectives France might adopt, in your opinion? We've been committed via a French climate strategy, and take note that we intend to develop that kind of objectives, but you're more than welcome to give a couple of examples, should you have some ideas. Thank you, Jean-François. When it comes to agriculture, to start with, the climate consequences are very region-based. So the first thing is to identify what those consequences might be in situ, on site, on the field, in a given region. Incremental solutions might not be enough. It depends on what you plant, on the crops, the seeds, or whether the adaptation is more transformation-based, whether you need soil transformation or an evolution of the standards being. But once you've identified those and you know what the drivers might be put in place and actions, you still have to develop a broad vision of what should be, ideally speaking, for each region, but also for France as a whole, to start with. What could an adapted to climate change France look like? This is something you have to determine, based on which basis you can retro-plan the changes. Some changes, examples, whether it's about storing water in agriculture-based regions, how much of that water could we need and how much should we develop. On the basis of such enlightened insights and findings, the government, after consultation, has to determine what adaptation objectives should be formulated and followed. For instance, should France develop an adaptation that will lead towards a 2 degrees based adaptation? What kind of global warming do we base on? Do we forecast? To what situation do we try to adapt ourselves? Because you always have to know to what reality you are trying to adapt. Is it 2 degrees global warming, for instance? So that's a couple of insights you need in order to make decisions. It's about assessing risks. As I was saying, there are drivers, there are regional drivers, and variables. Thank you, Corinne. Perhaps could we switch now to the last part
Des réflexions du Haut Conseil
of the findings of the climate institution about France drivers at the European and international level. To start with, I would like to say that that COP26 witnessed international commitments with the aim to divide by 2 emissions by 2030. We're not really out of the woods from that point of view. Not sure we'll be out of the woods by the end of this COP, by the way. Neither will we have a clear insight about how long this path might be.
That would be compatible with the IPCC reports, especially the last one on the trajectories that would allow us to remain on 1.5. Okay, all the crises, like the political crisis, security crisis, the alimentary crisis, that puts in problem the actions for climate. There are geopolitical tensions that don't allow to any country to go fast to accelerate the implementation of the Paris Agreement. So we have to live this crisis, which means that we are we have to remain with the ambition of wanting to accelerate what we see today and what we were planning in Glasgow. There is an interesting effect, though. The crisis, political crisis, and the invasion of Ukraine by Russia made us more awareness, not only us, I mean, about importing fossil energies, raw matters. So the plan is the engagement is to decrease all these imports. So we want to accelerate and get to 45 or 50% of renewable energy much quicker by 2030. So there is a consequence, which is the awareness of the dependence on fossil energies. And all the industries that participate to the transformation is also a question of awareness. So we have this plan to reduce emission by 2030, thanks to this crisis, in order to change the situation quicker. From this point of view, what is interesting is that two meanings, two senses to these climatic meetings. In every country, as we've seen with the presentation made by Corinne are advices that make governments accountable for what they do. So it's a way to assess what is going on. In the UK, for example, the High Council for Climate defines the carbon budget. In France, it's slightly different, but the actions of the government are assessed. So this is the first element that is relevant and true for all the countries in the world. So there's been this launching of two actions. First, the network of Climatic Council, which develops things started in Glasgow last year, saying if all that, so if everything works, each country should have a science-based council that looks at the engagements and real progress in public policies that have been taken in the context of this engagement. You may have noticed we've had last week during this COP the publication of the report of high-level experts that the Secretary General of the UN has ordered around the idea that we have to stop with declarations that will not be followed. Let's stop the greenwashing. He's proposed a certain number of criteria of seriousness of the implementation of this engagements of net zero by 2050. These independent bodies are a mean to are a way to check the seriousness of national policies. This morning we've presented the coalition of carbon neutrality pays who have subscribed, who have enrolled. They presented themselves a framework of reference to say what does the government has to do to be in coherence and consistent with the objective of net zero. The objective is very interesting. You can see the map. There's many countries who really, 23, who have started these, the co-presidents of the network in 2022, ensured by the French High Council together with the Guatemala and Canada. But it's true that in the governance, In terms of governance of this climate policies, it seems essential that experts and scientists of every country work in an independent way, parallel to the parliament, in order to assess the actions of the government. Then these networks have common characteristics, and they reinforce themselves mutually. First principle is they have to be scientifically rigorous, which is natural. The government listen more the expert and the scientists from their own country than just the general reports of the IPCC. This is also a light shed of based on independent opinions that relies on facts, that takes also in consideration the social aspects of the transition. When we're talking about adaptation questions, we could see there are conflicts of interest. We're talking a lot in France, for example, about storing water for the agriculture, or how to place it in the ecosystem. It's very controversial. This is why we need to really consult the actors, the parties. At the same time, we have to support the mechanisms of the just transition to see that this fight against the climate change is systemic. It doesn't concern just one sector, but it's not small steps. It has to be a very deep transformation. There's another added value, a huge one, in this network of climate councils, is the exchange of methods and approaches, methodologies that control the measures taken by governments. But at the same time, adaptation and mitigation measures are helped, and it allows to show there is lots of similarities in every country, depending on the ecosystem and economic structure, etc. There are also common principles of climate governance. It has to reach all the sectors, as shown by Jean-François. It has to be connected with the parliament and the citizens. They have to participate. At the same time, we need to have the scientific and aspect. This way we'll have a balanced governance that will allow to implement the Paris agreements. So the role of these climate councils is very useful. We've seen even with these changes in the UK, how the Climate Change Committee, to which belongs Corinne Leclerc, played a very important role to play the role of a council, as we'll see with the government changes that took place in Sweden and elsewhere. For now, the trajectories that had been defined and supported by these councils still remain there. So there are works that will be conducted by the High Council for Climate, like just transition and equity, the questions concerning consumption. We've seen that the evolution of consumption is very important. The problem of deforestation and the biomass, this is connected with trade. This is not easy neither. There might be excesses. We can see wood granulate is imported massively, which causes deforestation in many countries. The questions related to the international transportation, it's not well managed. And also the question how the trade instrument, the taxes on carbon are used, and what will be the adjustments among the countries. So today there is this European Council now of Climate Change, a scientific council to which Jean-François participates, And I have to say that it's so important regardless of the changes of administration and government. We have to maintain this long-term policy. And I think that the essential role of this councils is to maintain the works going in a systemic way, long-term way. This unrelated to the political changes. I don't know, we still have time for a few questions. Thank you for taking the floor one more time. With the experience that your network generates, and it's not reflected. For example, in the IPCC report, one of the tools is not mentioned among the tools. And unfortunately, we can't hear what is being said. The microphone is too far from. We have an objective to change the cooperation modes and the measurements of their efficiency. I know how the French government does it. It's extremely important. What we call grey literature. So you want this to be reflected through a global assessment, like in the 7th IPCC report. There must be scientific researchers. You will have to make an effort, extra effort. So scientific publications together with the reading committee reflect the potential of your work for the international governance.
Well, that's a brilliant idea. I'd like to give the floor to Jean-François afterwards, but this governance topic, international governance, the climate governance, but the international level is linked with the national level. The Paris Agreement is about national frames. There are a couple of sectors that go beyond the national level, but we're still out of resources. The IPCC, the Group 3 in particular, who is in charge of this aspect, is more committed and focusing on the economic scenarios so that the governance topic is not portrayed enough. I don't think we can go on like this. There are publications, there are documents, there are reports, either international relations or scientific research or around governance, but it's more scientists belonging to the Group 3. There is a lack of balance, perhaps, for that point of view. A word from me, and then I'll give the floor to Corinne, who will be more than happy to answer this question. But I think the European Committee has done one thing I think is quite interesting. It's an analysis of what happens in the various committees in Europe, Europe being a hotspot when it comes to national commissions or committees. There are lots of them around the world, but especially in Europe. So we're kind of learning via practice and taking some distance. We could observe what functions, what proves useful, more or less useful, more or less efficient. It's just the beginning, as you said. I think we lack a certain degree of distance, but the prospect is quite interesting. Corinne, yes, thank you for mentioning that point. Indeed, as we think about how we could reduce emissions, I think there are lots of answers we can find thanks to our experience, and that's what might be an enabler, and a quite interesting one, which is why the Climate Council networks have been put in place for us to share quicker. There is about 20 publications peer-reviewed with a reading committee. 20 is not that much, of course, but there are also publications that are being written at the moment, especially around the Climate Change Committee in United Kingdom, which has been created in 2008. A follow-up has been published recently, shedding a critical light on the 100 or so recommendations that have been issued, it proves extremely useful, as it shows the experience, the experimentations, experience when it comes to public policies, the way it is formulated, to whom it is addressed, for what reason, and what makes it accelerating or not, what makes it efficient or not. I think you're right when saying that Group 3 scientists should drive their look on governance more than they do now, and on policies, broadly speaking. I think there is a whole motivation work. We have to motivate, as we have to motivate them, I guess, but the Ministry of Research in France could and should be far more efficient than we possibly can be, especially when it comes to financing the research. Jean-Luc Schott from the Development and Research Institute, thank you very much for these insights. I would like to mention the Climate Council Network. How do you, what's your take upon the fact that there is no scientific council in countries where it's more about adaptation? How do you explain this absence or this lack, this discrepancy? Well, we're just at the beginning of the road, really, when it comes to climate governance in each country. Once again, it all started in 2015. Back then, all the countries committed to reducing their emissions and to start going down a climate change adaptation mitigation road. The first thing that has been done in terms of governance, among others in the most vulnerable and affected countries, where laws projects have been created and are currently being finalized. So there are ministries in charge of it everywhere. Laws have been written, created and implemented, more or less specific, that come together with national contributions, NDCs. There are also inventories. So that was the first block. Now here comes the second block when it comes to climate action governance in countries. And this one is about trying to get the cross-sectoral tools created, which is not often the case, very often, more often than not. Climate is apart from the rest. But still, the map is not finished yet. There are blanks here and there, but many parliamentary commissions have been created in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia, in active countries, parliamentary commissions. And yes, that's the new block. That's you getting a taste of the new block. And climate-related laws, like here, a woman who is an MP has proposed such a law. So that the initiative often comes from the Parliament, and now then comes the third block, the scientific aspect, the independent experts. In Southern Africa, you can see a country with a huge heritage when it comes to knowledge and expertise, and they have one. There are many countries like Ghana, among others, or Egypt, where the question is being asked whether or not this could be created. It also takes time, it takes resources of different colors and shapes, and the countries you are thinking about now, the most affected ones, have more contributed to the IPCC efforts via the work of the various groups than had the possibility to get on top of that a national committee. But you get one in China, you get one in many countries. But still, this is the last bit. You still lack the last bit of governance, the last mile. I hope an expert group will be created as soon as it gets around national expertise, and I would like those to be bodies that would spread and share assessments about what's going on in the different countries, and I would like this voice to be heard during COPs such as this one. When it comes to the global stocktake for next year's global stocktake, that would be too early, we won't make it, but I hope what I'm describing will take place, and I hope that will be an accountability related voice, accountability being one of the weaknesses of the climate governance. Thank you. Thank you very much. A question about the carbon footprint that this has been mentioned during the presentation is a bit of a key subject. Represents a lot. It's about 8 or 9 tons per year in France per citizen. I know that there are laws could be created anytime soon with objectives based on figures for 2030, 2050. Have you already started working on those? Are the drivers different from these we know from the inventories? Is this something Ms. Le Quéré could pick up upon? Of course, yes. We've published a report about France's footprint, carbon footprint in 2019, whereby we show the trajectory is quite similar to but what we've done is we've separated emissions we have control of with the emissions we don't have control of in mainland in France. So we take the French part, we make it follow the carbon neutrality pathway, then we take the international one and we base it on 1.5 degrees. So we have recommendations concerning the levels. The 2050 equivalent, which would be minus 80% when it comes to the carbon footprint, and if I remember well, we've declined it to the 2030 milestone. What we observe is the driver's bit. We often have the feeling that we don't control the carbon footprint, but 75% of the decisions that are related with carbon footprint are taken by French companies or French households, or even 85% if we were to include European stakeholders. So if we were to reorientate the consumer's choices, we could have an effect on this carbon footprint. And one last thing, in the framework of the works we've been doing in this network, International Climate Council's networks, there is another source, and there are lots of European councils in particular where people are thinking about this subject. Sweden has already its own objective. The United Kingdom is following the works of the Climate Change Committee, because what we observe is the more the emissions go down, the more the carbon footprint share grows, which means you can reduce emissions outside France thanks to decisions you make in France. I would like to add one thing. We always should know the difference about importations from the European EU countries, where public policies and carbon neutrality visions are aligned with ours, and the imports that come from other countries, which is a bit of a different story. Once again, Corinne told about it, but more often than not, industries that are present in France or in Europe are at the beginning of the chain of these importations. One last question. I'm afraid we're out of time. We are running out of time. François de Jambon, hello. Thank you for your interesting words. I cooperate with the Climate European Council. I would like to ask you about the consequences of the HCC. How do you take into consideration the recommendations by the public policymakers? Had you the duty to formulate a couple of guidelines of recommendations, what would be your best choice for those pieces of advice to have as many positive consequences as it gets? How do you reckon? Corinne? We have follow-up indicators, like the interviews with the French Parliament, the Assemblée Nationale, the ministers, medias as well. We also frequently follow things in terms of what recommendations are followed by the government. It's extremely difficult to measure the amount of consequences. We're taking a closer look at things so to reproduce the analysis that has been carried out in United Kingdom following the recommendations to Climate Change Committee from the UK government. In order to reproduce it in France, we started this follow-up. We are following this recommendation for all the reports apart from 2021-2022, and we have good hope that we'll be able to say not only what recommendations have been accepted either directly or indirectly by the OECD, but also to say what type of recommendations are the most acceptable, which is more tricky than it seems. The recommendation, the first one was quite broad and vague. We tried to be far more operational, far more specific. We can't micromanage the government's actions. It's not our duty. It's not our role in that play. We are not out of the woods yet, but we still have got an idea as to what functions well, worse, or poorly. Just one thing I would like to add, there certainly is a time frame aspect. It's about getting started at the right moment from a political point of view.
It's a matter of scope that we cover, so we don't have the same audience depending on an occasion that is focused on a decision point of political policy. Then we can go very high, or a report that is more technical, that will concern rather the teams at the ministry, and so on. In the, give the floor to Florence. Yes, there is a good example of the impact of our council. I mean the evolution of the jurisprudence of our courts in France that relied on opinions, not only ours, not only they relied on the expertise that we've provided them. The council has provided them to inform the judgment concerning public policies. And this is not only the case of France, it happened also in Holland, in Germany. So the climate councils are a base of independent expertise that may be used also by the legal world, by the law. It's also this the aspect of independence that allows to the judges, for example, to have an opinion on the adequation. We have international engagement. In certain cases it's present in the constitutions. In certain cases it may give an information compared to for the needs of courts, regardless of their level. Thank you very much. So it's time to close this event. Thank you for these discussions, for this debate. We would be happy to, if we could continue, but with Corinne, with Laurence, we will give back our microphones to the pavilion that has a long cycle of presentations. Thank you very much.